Maximum warp.
Logic was impeccable, Captain.
Hello, hello. Happy Sunday. We're entering the final 24 hours of Down to Jam number 2. We're on our way. We're well on our way to having a game. But it ain't over yet. Whew. How's it going? How's everyone's weekend been? To anyone who's jamming, good luck. You've got this. Now's the time to kind of evaluate what you've done and make the hard choices about what to cut, what to keep, where to pivot, where to stay the course. Hey, J-Cup. Hope the jam is going well. It's going okay. It's going okay. I think we're going to make a little change to how the game is structured. Originally, this was supposed to be like an idle game, like Rokuka's Idle Island or whatever. I know there are other idle games. I've only ever played one, so. However, idle games are very heavy on content. So like if you draw a cabin, you need like 4 versions of the cabin. If you make a tree, you need like 4 versions of the tree. If you've got an outfit, you need like, I say 4, you probably need more like a dozen versions of everything. It's very content heavy. There's not enough time to do that. So we're going to slightly pivot. This is going to be, I think this is going to be more of a cozy game. And you can kind of follow along with me here. So instead of Bernard, our lovely little bear, who wanders out of his cabin to collect like berries and stuff, instead of him doing that automatically on his own, you will click the tiles that he goes to. He'll have a stamina bar, same as if he had, if it was an idle game. So he'll start the quote-unquote morning. We're not going to do a day-night cycle because that's insane. But he'll go up to his window with his full stamina bar, and his stamina bar will decrease as he walks around. So what you can do to increase his stamina bar is 1, let him go back to his cabin and sleep. And 2, the other thing you can do is to select like a berry bush or maybe an apple that's fallen on the ground or a tile with a fish in it or something. So you can select a tile. He'll walk over to that tile, pick up whatever pickable elements there are there. Maybe it's 1 berry, maybe it's 3 berries, maybe it's 1 apple, maybe it's 2 apples. And that will replenish his stamina bar. And then you can click on it somewhere else and send him to go pick something else up. And if he makes it there in time, he'll pick that up and it will replenish his stamina bar. So it's just a little, I think it's going to be a little cozy game of like, see if you can pace out and see, you know, how much you can get him to pick up in like one sitting before he has to go back and go to sleep. I don't think we're going to have any scores or currency or like success trackers. I think it's going to be just a little cozy game of you gathering little nutrients for our little bear buddy. I think that's the best we can do in this situation. That's my idea. That's the idea I had this morning, to kind of try to make sure we ended up with a game. Otherwise, we're very much in danger of just ending up with like a diorama, an animating diorama, which, while fun, it's not really the spirit of the jam. Yeah. Solid, cozy survival. Yeah, I think we're going to try to do it. I think it's okay if all the motivation is intrinsic. I think that's fine. If you're playing this game, you're down for a cozy time. And if you're a jammer and you're raiding games, you'll play this game for like 3 minutes and move on. So there wouldn't even be time to do the idle game thing, which usually operates on the span of hours, not minutes. But yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. I hope you're all doing equally well, whether you're jamming or just enjoying a lazy Sunday. I'm pretty tired. I think the fatigue and the stress are starting to get to me. I've been pretty good about sleeping and eating and taking... well, I'm not going to say taking breaks. I haven't been taking breaks. But I've been pretty good about taking care of myself. That all goes out the window today. I plan on being awake for the next 24 hours to finish this game. The submission... Technically, there's 23 hours. It's 11 a.m. my time, and the jam ends 10 a.m. But there's a 2-hour submission window, so we can at least leave all the submission finagling of like building the store page and stuff like that, or the itch page, I guess, technically, and the jam page. We can leave all of that to the end, thankfully, which is great. But yeah, we're gonna do it. I did some art last night. It's 1900 for you. I see. Yeah, that's quite a bit farther than me. Do you need to make sure web build stuff is mostly good at some point prior? Not really. We'll do a build before submission. But Godot, as long as you stay in compatibility mode and you're not trying to do anything fancy with lighting and shaders and stuff, the Godot web compatibility is like really good. For 2D, I've never had a problem. For 3D, it was a nightmare and I had to give up. When I tried to make a 3D game and get it to play in the web, I just gave up at a certain point. But yeah, for pixel art 2D with no shaders and no dynamic lighting, I think we'll be okay. I don't even think we're gonna have particle effects. I don't think we even have time. Nor am I even sure what I would use the particle effects for. But yeah, we got a lot to do today, so I guess I should get to it, huh? If I'm quiet or short-tempered today, you know why. I'm gonna leave my lights off. It looks like it's fine. I actually am starting to question why I have lights at all. I guess at night, I need to turn them on. Looks good right now. I know, it's crazy. Usually a green screen would not have such low light tolerance, but it's a good camera. All right, I'll show you what I was working on last night. I didn't get as much done last night as I would have liked, which is typical. I did work on the art. So I worked on some berry bushes, which was pretty good. I think these turned out really well. Praise be the outline tool. For the outline tool, gives us a bountiful harvest. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased with these. We've got empty bush, 1 berry, 2 berry, 3 berry, and we've got like 5 different ones. Should be fine. Yeah, it looks nice. It looks simple. It was really easy to make. I did this in like 20 minutes. Which was kind of crazy. I mean, there's flaws. There's a lot of like key flaws to this. Like, I really don't like whatever's going on here. I might clean this up a little. Like that. It's a lot better. That's fine. However, I then tried to make a tree, and that did not go well. The tree did not go... Whoa, what happened here? There we go. The tree, instead, this was 20 minutes. I spent like 3 hours on the tree, and I am not pleased with what we ended up with. Here's our fruit tree. I tried to do this so many different ways. The trunk, I did the trunk on the first try. The trunk, I got the trunk perfect on the first try. I did it in like 3 seconds. I was just like, here's a trunk. Done. Good. Happy. Moving on. And then I did the canopy, and I did like 8 different versions of the canopy. I was like, I did what you suggested, which is just do the bush at bigger scale. And I don't like it. I did a number of attempts at that. I started trying to like build out shapes, which did not go well. I don't like this. I think this is... I don't like it. So I think what I'm going to end up doing is just this. Yeah, brain tree. That's the problem. I think this is fine. I think we're going to... I think I'm either going to go with nothing or this, and I think I'll just go with this. I think this is okay. It's not great. Again, praise be the outline tool for giving me any kind of definition at the edges. But I'm done. I'm done working on this tree. I spent like 2 hours just trying to finagle with the canopy. Oh yeah, Rhiannon, the only thing left is to procedurally generate the trees. You're probably right. So what we're going to do is we're going to get around this by just making it so I don't have to draw any more of these. So I think we're going to very prominently place the tree here. Like very prominently. Like huge. So like we're also going to redo the cabin. I think I'm going to make the cabin go all the way back to the corner. So we'll make it big, like it's more squared off. Actually, I'll probably extend it this way too. But here's Bernard doing his little bear thing. Can I inverse the 2 greens very easily? I could. We can try that. They're on separate layers. You think use them as low light instead of highlight? That might be, you might be right. So he picks his little apple. Now he goes home because he doesn't have any stamina. I think when he's going home, like when he's out of stamina and he's going home, he's gonna like, if you try to click anywhere else, some little Z's will like pop out of his head. Just to let you know that he like wants to go home. Yeah, so we're gonna make the cabin bigger so that it fully takes up this corner. We'll probably make a second tree to like put back here to cover up this corner. Or I'll move this tree a little over. I'll probably move this tree over by 1. Just to cover up this corner. I think we're gonna put a pond in the foreground. Like maybe around here, like maybe foreground center or at one of the thirds. Put a little pond or maybe a little creek bed. Maybe we'll run a little creek bed along the side, something like this. And then we'll just spread little bushes around, berry bushes around different places. Like maybe a cluster of them over here. Yeah. I think this will be fun. This kills me. He does this, he resets to this state for some reason. I saw this last night when I was putting the tree in, and I died. I was like, what the what are you doing, Bernard? That was an accident. It was not intentional. So good. It is hot today. I am cooking in here. It's like almost 80 in here. That is going to contribute to my fatigue and my crankiness. All right, we're going to move this over. Is this aligned? I'm having a hard time seeing this. Okay, you're aligned with that. You're aligned with that. Okay, this is aligned. All right, yeah, we're just going to choke off the corner there. So you can't see anything back there. All right, we'll try to invert the color. I know, I'm so upset that the trunk took about like 30 seconds and then I spent hours on the canopy. All right. We will try to reverse these colors. That is not bad. I would probably want to feather it a little more. Yeah, I feel good about the game plan for it. I feel like I'd be tempted to like do more. Like strengthen these. Come back of time. Yeah, classic. Oh, that was bad. That's horrible. I don't know. It's probably better than this. It is better than that. I don't think the highlights work. Yeah, we're not going to work on this. I do think that the alternative color is good. Or it's certainly better. Hey, Nix. Yeah, I think I'm going to be deeply unhappy with this tree the whole rest of the jam, but I'm just going to live with it. All right, so what we should do, is we should set up some, well, for one thing, I should fix up this pathable area. Focus on the trunk. Fuck the trunk. We like the trunk. The trunk is not changing. Yeah. It's okay. It's low detail. I'm gonna you know what I'm gonna call this? I'm gonna call this an area for the player to rest their eyes. The trunk is great. The leaves are fine too. Yeah, I've spent here's my complaint, Nix. Last night I made all these berry bushes in about 20 minutes, and I was feeling myself. I was like, oh yeah, I know how to draw bushes. And then I went to go do the tree. Yeah, the bushes are great. And then I went to go draw the tree, and I was like, I don't know how to draw a fucking tree. Oh well. I tried so many different things. Like, I should have just stuck with this, but it was so noisy and horrible. I kind of don't mind just the blank tree. Honestly, I might like this better than this. Actually, I think just flat, just totally flat is just better. When you say that looks great, are you agreeing with me about the flat color? It looked worse. Or I didn't like it as much when it was this color. Flat color. Yeah, I like this though. Like a bubble tree. Yeah, I tried to do that, Jacob. I tried to start making like little shapes and stuff. I ended up with like a brain. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do those. So I'm just gonna not. Yeah, let's just do this. I like this. Flat color, lighter shade. I think we're just gonna go with this. Yeah, flat's clean. Yeah, I like this. I think we can live with this. All right. There we go. That's good. That's an anchor. Nice anchor for the eye. What we could do is we could put little apples. Because this is our big fruit tree. So there's going to be... I know fruit trees aren't generally this big, but... I'll need to draw an apple soon. And the apples are just going to fall from under the tree onto the ground. Well, bears don't normally live in cabins. I mean, I would agree that bears don't normally build cabins. But I've seen that one abandoned Arctic island where like this whole town has just been taken over by polar bears. I forget where that was, but there's a really cool series of photos about it. Oh, you had some fruit trees when you were a kid that you saw that were like 2 stories tall. It wasn't an apple tree though. Yeah. The peeking behind the cabin is wild. We're going to extend the cabin over to the side here probably, like off the screen here to make it a little bigger. We'll make the cabin bigger so that it extends to under the tree, and then we'll probably move this fireplace down to like, or this chimney thing down to this tile and extend the house back off the screen. I think I'm going to flip the angled roof 90 degrees so that the spine runs the opposite direction. I have kind of an idea about that. So you know, so I have this pathable tile map. I'm going to make another tile map called Pickable, and it's going to be basically the same thing as this, except this is where we're going to include the information about we'll probably add a special collider along the cabin here so that you can't click into the cabin. So we don't really want that. But yeah, maybe we do like a babbling brook kind of deal along the edge here. Yeah, I wanna set up the fruit picking cycle. I want to do the gameplay on stream here, And I'll probably go back to doing like art and sound stuff offline after the stream. I'd like to knock out all the mechanical stuff now, though, while my brain is fresh. We have a tree. Yeah, don't get me started on the tree. That was a whole thing last night. We also have some berry bushes, which was easy. How's it going, pandas? We're in the final 24 hours. I'll probably be working on this game for every minute of that final 24 hours here. I want to get these hooked up into the game. So let's do it. I also need... ...64 by 32... There's no way this is 64 by 32. Oh, I flipped them. Make sure to stay hydrated. Thanks. Yeah, that is key. Playing our little guitar radio station today to get in the mood to record our audio later. I'm a little concerned about doing things like birdsong and stuff. I can't whistle. And if anyone says go out into the park and record birds, that person is going to get timed out. So we're going to have just 4 tiles here, and it's going to be just the pickable. Y'all are really skirting the line on what I just on what I just specified was a timeoutable offense. So this will be none. This will be, we'll have one that's like 1. It'll be 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Do a Dragon Ball style. Is there a pet store near me? There's the aquarium. Hey, how's it jamming? Hey, Fusionist. How's it going? It's going good. We're doing all right. We're making a little bear game, a little cozy game about a little bear who wanders around outside his little cabin. Cabin's still placeholder art, obviously. But we're about to implement some bushes, some berry bushes. So we've got our little bear. He's coming. He's slow. Here he comes, Bernard. Are you down to jam this weekend? Open Game Art has some public domain bird sounds. All assets for this jam must be made from scratch. For the category that I've entered. So not an option. It's Foley art or bust. It's your couple Sunday, so you're really just dropping by quickly. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, we've got all the pathfinding and stuff set up for our little bear buddy. He'll wander out. He can pick stuff up. Those are the 2 animations I've made. So he can wander out, pick something off the ground. wander around. So it's just going to be a little cozy game about directing this little bear around to pick stuff up off the ground. See how long you can keep his stamina bar up before, by gathering stuff before he has to go back to his cave and go to sleep. You would have made a little platformer where you pick up outfits for your character. That'd be pretty fun. That'd be pretty fun. I've seen some... I couldn't think of anything that wasn't just gathering little stuff in the woods, but everyone else has been incredibly creative with their interpretations of the theme. So yeah, what we need to hook up now... We love Bernard, by the way. We're very pleased with Bernard. So now what we need... We have our berry bushes, and we need to... I'm thinking about using a tile set in the same way that I'm using a tile set here to control where the pathfinding network, how the pathfinding network gets built. Like just a really simple, it just has directions, pathability encoded into the tile map itself. I think I want to do the same thing with pickability. So our berry bushes have 0, 1, 2, or 3 berries on them. These are huge berries, but whatever. So we'll build a little tile map out, and there can be a spawning system. And we can use this same system for fish or fruit or whatever. So that's what we're... Bernie's pretty funny. I went with Bernard, I think, because 2 Nerdy Nerds raided on Friday at the beginning of the jam. So we'll call this... Our game is called Bare Necessities. Yeah, good luck wrapping up, aka staying awake for the next 24 hours to finish the game. Thank you. Enjoy your Sunday. Thanks for dropping by and checking in. So we're going to call this the pick tile set atlas. Bernard Oleander. Bernard O. I get it. That's funny. I wanted some plausible deniability. Alright, so let's clean up the pathfinding, the path network here. Now that we've placed our fruit tree. I'm gonna put this in this tool here about how we can dynamically build a path network using a tile map. This might actually end up in like a tile, or end up in like a game template, I think. It's like one of the only useful tools I've ever come up with in a jam that's general purpose enough that I might actually reuse it someday. I've come to terms with the fact that I think all my games I'm ever gonna make are like isometric or dimetric. So how's the game coming along? I think it's coming along all right, Nix. I looked at the character you shared in the Discord yesterday, Nix, who I think is like the God Emperor of Ponykind, which I'm upset about. I read those RimWorld stat sheets you shared. Horrible. Horrifying. Pretty cool, though. Pretty cool. I have to admit. Should I have an empty on here, or do I just erase the tile? I think I just erased the tile. Alright, so we want to erase all the tiles that are obscured by the tree. So... erase those. Probably also erase this one. Although we kind of want him to be able to go to path back behind here, so I'm actually going to leave this one. We want him to be able to make it around the tree. I think this tile is going to get, or we're going to get rid of it, because we're going to expand the cabin there. So let's redraw this real quick. She's a tiny bit OP, just a tiny bit. All right, there we go. Network modified. If I do make this tool as a tool, I would want to be able to modify the network on the fly, which is what the other system, the pickables system, is going to do. So I guess when you're going to click, there will be a system, there will be an input handler that looks if you've clicked on a tile that exists. And if it does, we'll path to it. Unless our stamina is 0, in which case Bernard will just send out some little Z's and continue walking on home. Yeah, you're playing a different game of RimWorld than anyone else. Well, let's fix this part of the network too. Just while we're here. This area is not going to be accessible. Oops. Probably move the cottage entrance around, maybe. Maybe not. I actually like the entrance being here and the window being here. Window will probably get a little bigger. I really want to make a log cabin over the version of this, but I don't think there's going to be time. I think I'll just redo the mock-up that's bigger and then probably paint boards over it and stuff. I do want to flip the direction of the angled roof, though, so that its spine runs the opposite way. But let's not worry about that right now. Well, let's worry about getting these bushes in here and getting them, and then getting the pickables path map set up. So what we should do is we'll make a little, add a child node, give it a tile map layer. Make it unique. We'll give it a script. All right, now we're gonna add a bunch of sprites. Call this like berry bush 1. We'll have 5 of these. And we'll scatter them around here. I should make this should make this a shared thing. New scene, 2D node. Add a sprite 2D. Actually, this is going to be so simple. We're just going to make this a sprite 2D. Normally I like to have a node and then have like things under it, things like collision and sprites and whatever else, but this is literally just a berry bush. Berry bush. Save this scene. Hook it up to our tile set here. Berry bush. It's gonna have a region. Edit region. Or is it an animation? Yeah, we can do an animation. We don't need a region. Animation, 8 frame. H frames 4, V frames 5. Offset. Something like that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, something like that. And so we can just iterate the frames. Oh, why are they drifting? Man. I need to adjust the size of this. Why are they drifting? They need to be tighter. This. Oh, it needs to be bigger? Yeah. I need to move these up a little. Here, let's move the base up. I'm just gonna make this bigger. This is the easiest thing to do. Yeah, they share too much space. I want snap to grid. Oh, we're on the wrong layer. Down. Down. How big is this? 304. That's awkward, but it'll work. Oh, I was like, why is it 304? It's because I didn't do this right. I was like, that's not one of the sacred numbers. 320. All right. That's also not a sacred number, but it'll do. All right. Fix these. Nothing is sacred. Everything is permitted. How's it going, Suresha? How's your jam going? I think I should get rid of this little cross. Why doesn't that work? Oh. That's better. The shader tool, the Aseprite shader tool is incredible, but it's not perfect. Or the outline tool. That's what I meant to say. Not great. Wonder if you'll even complete in time. Trying to believe how about for me. I think I'll complete in time if I stay awake for the next 24 hours. So that's the plan. But we're feeling good about it. We're feeling like we can finish. All right, so where's your center point? Here. Right there. Okay. But where's that at the top sprite? Right there. Okay. I see it. Okay, so now when I iterate through these frames, there shouldn't be any kind of drift. Yep, great. All right, bush achieved. Yeah, we'll probably do the first 6 hours or so on stream. And then I'll probably take the rest of the time off stream. Just get it done. My goal is to have all of the mechanics of it done now in the next 6 hours on stream. I guess 5, because we're about an hour in. If we can get all the mechanical stuff done, then all I have to do is finish up all the audio and visual stuff, which is easier to do. It's easier to do in a sense, but it's also easier for me to get pigeonholed. Like, I should not have spent just hours working on this tree last night. All right, so what we can do here is we can connect some berry bush scenes, put them in here in front of the backdrop. Oh, these are big. So that's great. So we'll have a few of these. Placement here does not matter. In fact, I should probably put one at the edge. I guess we could call this berry bush 0. one maybe here. No. Maybe here. Right, there's 3 of them. Put one of them over here. Maybe one right in front of the house. I think that's reasonable. Maybe not. Wololo. Godot. That's all I hear when I think of this. AoE 2, villager, gathering, berries. I wish this was in higher quality. This is all I think about. Godot. Which I think they said that when they were actually farming for some reason. Some little rustling of stuff when the bear reaches down to pick stuff up. That'd be funny. We probably won't have time, but that would be funny. All right, so berry bushes. So tree in upper right corner, berry bushes bottom left corner, house upper left corner, and then creek or pond, like bank head for a creek or a lake or a pond or whatever you want to call it. I like the idea of a creek with like maybe the far bank at the edges of the map. And then a little, so the fish can will make their way down the tile map maybe. They'll probably just be static, but it would be funny if a system like pushed them down. So for the bear you'd have to like tell them to like go over here. And he'll try to pick. If there's nothing to pick, he'll go back to idle. If there is stuff to pick, he'll pick, and then he'll try to pick again. And if there isn't anything else to pick, he'll go back to idle. We should probably put a couple of the bushes like next to each other. We've got 5. Hey, Rimas. Is this your special push? I don't understand the reference. I wish I did. I know it's a reference because it has quotation marks. But how are you doing? Happy Sunday. I'm sorry. I apologize for my ignorance. Music is perfect right now. I think I like one here. I'm so used to making procedural things. It's like wild to me to just hand play something and be like, it's done. Harold and Kumar? Okay. A storied franchise. You're good. Good luck on the jam. Thank you. This is the final 24 hours. We're making a little cozy game about a little bear named Bernard, who you just direct around his little yard. All right, one more bush. here-ish, maybe. Yeah, that's good. All right. Let's just do it like this. Let's not even... I could pick which ones I want to be in what spot, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to expend any brain cells on that. They're all a little different. Just different enough. All right, we're coming into our first ad. Here he goes. No snack breaks. I've been having, so in each morning I've been taking a walk, a little half-mile walk down to a little diner, having a big breakfast, a few cups of coffee, and then walking back. That's been my little morning routine the last few days. So I am full. We might get a snack around. We might get a stack in around 3 hours or something like that. Just water for now. He tries to pick up his little thing, and now he's gonna go home. It is a great little routine. It's getting me through this. And it's given me some, like... And then I take a shower, and then I stream. That's been my morning routine. And it's been helpful because it's given me moments like this morning when I realized we needed to switch gears from an idle game to a cozy game. All right, and then so the banks of the river will be kind of like over here, something like. So I was struggling to decide how I wanted to structure the state machine yesterday, but now that it's a cozy game with active input, it's a lot more straightforward what we're going to be doing. We can have it be largely input-based. Actually, we can have it be entirely input-based. We can have it based on unhandled event. And we'll do unhandled event just in case we end up making an interface. I don't think we're going to have any user interface. I think the only thing I'll do is I'll have like an audio toggle / slider. I think that's all, and we'll put that up in a corner with like a little mute button and a slider. I think that's going to be the whole interface. There's going to be no game over screen, no menu, no anything. There's no failure. There's just a simple loop of direct Bernard around to pick up little fruits and stuff until he gets tired and then he goes to bed. And more pickables like spawn in. They're all kind of work differently. So the berry bushes will just spawn berries on them. The tree will drop fruit from under its canopy onto the ground. And then I think fish will like swim on in. They'll swim on in and down the creek. So each one's a little different, which I will probably regret doing. I'll probably regret doing that way when I'm like midway through the fish locomotion system. But it should be really easy. Or not really easy, but it should be doable. Eminently feasible is the term I'm going to use. Could we move the tree down even more? I don't think I want to. I think I like where the tree is. It's got a nice thirds thing going on here. I guess I could move it over a smidge. No, because I want it to block off the upper right corner. We're trying to block off as much of the space as possible. All right, so let's get the pickables network up. So that we can pick stuff. What, Nix? What you saying? Oh, a turd thing. A thirds. Like, it's taking up a nice... It's not exactly a rule of thirds. It's more a quarter. So I was just thinking about moving it over again just to have it be in the third. But I think it's fine. I was thinking of composition. But I don't know enough about composition to care, so I'm not going to worry about it. I may move the tree over slightly, but I probably won't. Yeah, I think this is fine. All right, so pick grid. So we need to set up a tile set for the pick grid. New tile set. Isometric. Diamond down. For whatever reason. Horizontal offset. I like diamond down. I don't know why. I realized it has the potential to switch the handedness of the coordinates, but only if you have Z be down. Which doesn't really matter. Transform, bring it in line with the same coordinates system as everything else. Build the tile set. So we'll call this pick tile set. No. Call this pickable. Yeah, I'm tempted. I know I keep saying it, but I really like our little pathable network builder thing. It's really slick. It just reads the tile map and builds out a network. Reading the atlas coords of the tile in the network. All right, all these. No texture padding needed. All right, so what we're gonna do so I'm gonna paint an empty tile. I'll probably set a few points where the fruit can drop. It probably won't be like arbitrarily anywhere within this range, or maybe it will. That could be kind of fun. What's the radius around where it can? So nothing back here. I don't want anything to get picked back here. Tile map. So the empty tile will only be in areas that can be picked, can have stuff. So probably nothing spawns this close to the trunk. We'll probably have the spawn ability like around here maybe. Seems reasonable. Like this. Probably be anywhere in here. Maybe we'll make it a little bigger. Oh, maybe not. Well, we could make it bigger here. Maybe back here. Like this. This seems fine. Maybe we do add this, the inner ring of the tree. Why not? There's no reason not to do. All right, so the tree, so a fruit can drop anywhere in this area. Might even add these two. Maybe this one. Something like this. Maybe like this. Here we go. I want it to be kind of organic. So let's actually erase these. Like this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so it can pick in there, and then here we'll do the same thing. So one there, one there, one there, one there, one there. We can't see it because the bushes are here. But so we could place, so a system, there will be a spawning system that will like, so if this bush has like 3 berries on it, then this will get upgraded to this. And then we can pick that up. So we'll set up a test spot. All right, so these are all pickable points. Time to pick the route of the river here. You know, I might actually tighten this up a little. Maybe not. This seems like an appropriate radius around the tree, I think. Might add these back. Make sure I didn't include this or this. All right, and now let's pick the path of the little creek. So it can probably start here. Follow this like this. Maybe like this. Probably include that. Like this. Yeah. I think that's fine. And so we need to update then the path grid because then we can't path there. We cannot path along this. Oh, we also can't pick diagonally. That's fine. There's no real way to have this turn without including some kind of diagonal. I like to have a little bit of the far bank. We could even include an extra bush on the far side or something. Maybe we'll draw some little reeds. I don't know. I think that's fine. Oh, I do need to include this in the path grid. So this needs to be like this. So that can't be reached, but it is in the grid. So if we find a point that doesn't have any connections, we can try to get a most recent point. Actually, we'll do it like this. Our lack of diagonal movement's a little bit of an issue, but I think it's okay. We'll have to decide how that works. Okay, that's where we'll put the creek. All right, we're looking okay. Got our little network. Got our little pickable areas. Okay. So I gotta make a... Whoa, why do you have a... Oh, I made you a script. So you're gonna need to register... Funk. Ready. Oh, we should have different kinds of pickables. You know what'd be really cool is if we have like sticks and stuff. So like you could pick stuff up, but it doesn't like... let's not mess around with that. You could like clean up your yard. I think that'd be fun. If like sticks and stuff would appear randomly. That might be a stretch goal or a post jam thing if we decide to do it. So... But I'm gonna leave space for that in the tile setup. All right, so that's what we need to do. So we need to pick tile. Let's increase the canvas size. 128. It'd be kind of fun if like picking up debris and sticks like consumes stamina. So like you could clean your yard, but it takes energy. That'd be pretty neat. So there's the berry. So I realize we need to know what we're picking. So that means we need to draw some little apples. I guess we could use the same fruit design here. What we do need is our little fishies. All right, what are the essential characteristics of a little fish? What do you call a fish with no eyes? I don't know, Nix, you tell me. These people's fish drawings are all very high resolution. There's one. There's a good one. So, new file, 32 by 32. All right, so we've got... I don't know. We're not going to be able to solidify the color choice until we start drawing some water. Let me just see how this looks, how like these different shades look against each other. Oh my god, FSH. That's what you call a fish with no eyes. Well done. So this might be the water, something like this. We do like a little animation of like... Something, whatever. We can move the little white lines or something. And that can be the color, or we can have this be the color, and we can have like... No, I don't like that. I don't know what I'm going to use that blue for. I like this color better. Can the fish be this color? No. The fish will probably be... I might have to break the palette. Unless I can just have the fish be like this color. Which might be acceptable. Alright, let's draw a fish in perspective here. The fish only need to be drawn in 2 directions, which is good. All right, so a little fishy. It has like an oval kind of body. Hey, Bartlane. We're doing okay. We've got our little scene set up. We decided to go with the brighter flat tree. Got our little bushes in. We've encoded. We're working on the pickables. So Bernard says hi. We're working on setting up the pickable system. So we're setting up a little thing where we can count how many of a thing we have. So we've got 1, 2, or 3 berries. I'm probably going to try to make some kind of apple or something. And so we can have 1, 2, or 3 of those. And then we need fishies. So we can have 1, 2, or 3 fishies. But right now I'm just trying to draw a fish, which is not easy. Ooh, this is a good example. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we feel after the fish. So we need like a tail. This is going to look like nothing until it kind of looks like a fish eventually. I mean, the smart thing to do would be to draw a fish like at a larger scale and then make them smaller. Probably going to need like a little eye or something. What they need is the little mouth. So we need a little mouth on one side. Looks like a fish to you. It's an almond shape with a triangle on one end. Excellent. You need to draw it in perspective, though. We'll figure it out. We should pinch him a little more on the tail. Should go in and then out. Really hard to do this at such a small resolution. I like white better than black. So maybe the details in white. Let's just get the silhouette and not worry about anything else. I think this is like our almond shape here. Something like this. Should it be flipped though? Oh, that kind of flipped. You think the front of the face needs a pointy? I wanted it open because I think the front of the face is usually like a little open. Maybe like this though. Maybe like give it a mouth or something. We don't have a lot of colors to work with here. I flipped this and I didn't like that, so I'm gonna flip it back. What if that doesn't look like anything? What if we just give it a little single thing at the point? No, that's not right either. If we do it like this. You don't know if it needs a mouth. The shape is most important. No, you're right. You're right. Okay. Pinterest doesn't have any entries for isometric fish. Oh, here's one. But it's not pixel art. It is helping me a little. So the bottom of the fish should be in our line. I think the bottom of the fish should be in our 2x2. And then I think the top of the fish can be a little more tall. Be a little rounded at the front, maybe. And then at the end, we need like a tail. I kind of like having a gap and then a tail. If we have room. How small does this have to be? Pretty small, right? We're not really going to have 3 fish probably in, in a tile at a time. Doesn't look like anything. Almost there, maybe. Yeah, maybe the fish should have a point. Let me look at some Stardew Valley fish. They're not isometric, but yeah, we really need additional. You know, I could use this watercolor if I outline the fish. So let's get the silhouette and then we can think about shading it. Ooh, the anchovy is probably the one. Or maybe the sardine. Yeah, I'm looking at the sardine and the anchovy from Stardew Valley. They all have the same, they all have this same eye structure. They have this eye structure, every single one of them. They have black dot, white dot, and that's where its eyes are. But they face down, so for us it would be like this, I think. Because it either has to be, it could be like this. That'd be too big, I think. Maybe not. Maybe maybe that's crazy. But yeah, it either has to be side like this, or it has to be from the top. I think side it will probably read better. It's like the Minecraft kind of eye structure. Yeah, that makes sense. So let's just put some stuff around the eye. So what they have is they have the white of the eye as exposed. Somehow, I don't think we can do that. Oh, they would be doing it like this. What they do is like this. And what they do is they have a little mouth structure like this. They have a little mouth. I think I like the eye part. And I like the little mouth that hangs down here. I hate drawing stuff like this. It looks like nothing until like all of a sudden it looks kind of like something. I think we're gonna base our design off of the anchovy here. So stupid. Maybe our little fish can just have a big old eye. have like a little... Yeah, my problem with this side-on thing is doesn't look right. This is gonna look like a mutant. So their tail is like this sort of a structure. Gotta go. Thank you. Thanks, Bart Lane. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. I'm starting to like the front. I think I'm starting to like the little fishy face we've got here. What we're probably going to do is actually this color will probably be an outline, and we'll use the same color of the water for the fish's body, maybe. Or we'll have a white outline, and we'll use this color. Tail is not in line with it enough. Yeah, the tail's got to be like up. This is so hard. Just keep playing with it until it starts to look like something. This looks like a little mutant, but if we get rid of the eye structure here, it starts to look okay. Got kind of the almond shape here. Like his little fin at the bottom. The tail sucks. Maybe the tail needs to be like this. I think the outline is going to be pretty critical here. That is not half bad. He looks weird. That's a little too... So is this maybe the better color for the water, the lighter color, and have the fish kind of be in it? So I think a fish being darker than the water is good. Do we not want a face? Do we just want this kind of little fishy thing going around here? I think that's fine. You think the darker outline looks better? Yeah, I think you're right. So something like this. Oh, hold on. Excuse me. Paint bucket tool. I'd like to mask this out, please. Why is the paint bucket tool literally not doing anything? Can I not paint this? Okay, there we go. Mask. Do I have to click mask? My paint bucket tool broke. Whatever, who cares? I'll do it by hand. I cannot be bothered to figure out why that's not working. Is that on the water layer? No, it's not. I think this is sufficient. Sufficiently good. And then, yeah, if we give it the outline... I think the dark outline is good. I think this is serviceable. Yeah, I cannot. Now it'll work just fine. Yeah, for some reason it's not letting me... Normally it just lets me mask it away. Yeah, I'm okay with this. The only real question is he darker than the water? Probably. So is it this or is it the opposite? It's probably this. Yeah, you want the fish to be a little darker. And then the water we can have like little... We can even have the little water texture stuff going over the fish. I think this is okay. It's not going to win me any awards, but... Do I want, like, little highlights? No, because that just gets confusing. Yeah, I think we can live with this. I don't think we're going to have more than one fish icon. All right, let's try to put this in the middle at least. Would it possible to do like a tail flick animation? Because that'd be pretty sick. We could do something like that. I think we could go a long way with just like a little tail flick. What would that look like? You know, I'm not going to worry about it. We do need him going the other way. You know, unless we just make it really simple and we just have one long strip with no turns in the creek. That's what we're going to do. So then I don't have to animate this little guy. He can just drift down the water. Yeah, I don't see any pixel here that I would like to change. We did it. And yeah, so we're not going to do any animation. And we're not going to do another direction because that would be hard as fuck. So... So we're going to redraw this creek. And it's just going to go in a straight line. I'm gonna make a wake attempt at doing this. Just to see if it's doable. What? 3 blank 3. These two. These two. Oh, this isn't even the angle that we would want. I'm just drawing the guy again from the side. What am I even doing? Yeah, I can't do this. We're not going to do all of this work just so we can get the fish to turn 90 degrees. So we need to redraw the creek. We might bring the tree up 1 pixel. I don't really want to, but we might. No, we don't really need to do that. I don't love the idea of having just the creek going this way. No, this is fine. This is fine. We'll make this work. It'd be really funny if an apple could fall in the river and get carried away, but that's way too hard. It would be really funny though. The juice is not worth the squeeze. That is right. You know, we could put these here. I'm gonna color these, I guess. We're not going to allow 3 fish, probably. But just for the sake of the logic, I'm going to put them in here. We'll probably only ever allow 1 fish. You might randomize their position a little bit within the tile. And then the last thing is the apple. So I need to make a little apple. So this is a little more heart-shaped than the fruit, the berry. The berry is 6 pixels across by 6 pixels. This will probably be 8 by 8. So let's start by an 8 with an 8 by 8. something like this. It's not 8 by 8. No, it's not. Well, hold on. We actually want the apple to be 6 by 6. Well, that's not apple shaped. So we'll probably round it out like this. Like a little... Oh, it needs to be an odd number. Which is fine, so it can be a little wider than it is tall. Done. Do that little slight heart shape. Might use a brighter color for this part. Looks like a giant cherry. Like that. That looks like a cherry, not an apple, but, you know. It's okay. Maybe this is a giant cherry tree. You know, maybe we do make it even. No, it's got to be odd. It's got to be odd sized. I think that's a fine apple. See what happens when I outline it here. Like that. The thick apple was better. I don't know if that's true. That really looks like a cherry, but that's okay. Yeah, that's good. Maybe you're right. Question is, do we outline it or not? That's kind of consistent with what we've been doing, and I think that's the correct thing to do. Yeah, that's good. Apple. All right, we got our fish. We got our weird, almost like catfish looking little guy. Got our fish and our apple. Maybe you'd make the base of the stem 2 pixels wide. I don't know about that. We can try it. What if we use multiple shades here? Do you like that? Just the base? What? No. What? No. What? Huh? What? I kind of like this. So you're saying like... I think we'll stick with this. It's that or this. Yeah, I think that's a little weird. You're saying like something like that? That's the kind of thing you want? Can we play around with the shading here? Before you said anything, I think we're going with this one. It's okay. I've decided I like this one. And I'm going to have variations that are like on their sides. I might move this to the other side though. So that when it falls, it might flip onto one of its sides. So it'll always fall like this, and then it might end up rolling to another side when it hits the ground. I think that's cute. Also unlikely that more than one apple will fall on a spot, but it's at least possible here. because you could just ignore them. All right, here are all our pickables. I do like the idea of having like debris or something, like sticks or stuff that can appear. Problem is they would just appear, so I don't think I'm going to implement that because I don't want to worry about that. Well, I guess I don't care about that. But yeah, I kind of like the idea of having sticks or stuff appear in your yard that you can clean up. But it takes stamina to do it. That'll be a stretch goal if we can get there. Because that would involve adding pickability to every tile. It could also potentially involve adding multiple kinds of pickability to each tile. So like a tile that might have an apple might also have a stick, and I don't want to deal with that at the moment. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased. That came together pretty quickly, our different collectibles. Yeah, it looks halfway decent. I know, for something we threw together in like less than an hour, these look okay. They're not great, but like we're not going to win any awards, you know, but right now your image looks like a generic house in a city with a front garden. That's kind of where we're at. I will redraw this. I don't know if I'm going to spend any time on it until, you know, I will redraw the whole cabin. It's going to be bigger. Probably be an extra tile this way and an extra tile this way. Maybe two. Oh no, this is trash. We're redrawing this. I like how my art sensibility hasn't really changed, which is the environment has outlines and the characters don't. That's exactly kind of how I'm doing it in Digital Iliad too. All right, so what we need to do is we need to rebuild our pickable tile set here. So we need to set the berry bushes to be the berry color. So these are where berry picks occur. We need to set the trees to be the tree color. What's happening right now? What is this? What the heck is going on there? Oh, it's these stupid little things. Okay, that's fine. I can live with that. Maybe I can't. Should have put them on different layers. There we go. Yeah, that would have driven me insane. Add the tree. Oops, not there. Oop. I did the same thing with the fish. That maybe I can live with. Actually, I could just fix it for this one. Well, no, maybe I can live with it with the fish. All right, so we have our pickable spots for berries, fruits, and fish. Easy fix. Cool. So I'm going to take a quick bio break, and then what we're going to do is we're going to set up a pickable system that registers these points, and then some kind of spawning system will set these up. So we'll start with the berry ones because they're easy. The berries bush will just increment up. I might give each berry bush a timer, honestly. Or something like that, something stupid. Or I'll just run timers from within. The fruit tree is a little more complicated because it's going to need to... It's going to need to drop an apple, literally drop an apple from under the canopy. I might need to make a scene for this fruit tree. It's fine. All right, I'll be right back. Just a minute. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. All right, we're back. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. All right. So yeah, berry bushes first. Hydrate. Thanks, Nix. I did just get more water. I'll make a berry bushes node and put all of these under it. So that'll probably be... make a script here. Actually, we might not need a script on this. Detach the script. Hey, Erikia. How's it going? We need a couple more states, I decided. We need home. And we need wake. Put these in order, I guess. Oh, wake comes before walk, huh? You're good? You're confused? How do I know how to say your name? My partner likes Scandinavian TV and music and can like speak some Swedish. So I just kind of applied what I presumed was a Nordic pronunciation to it. That was my guess. If that's correct or not, pure chance. Yeah, we're good. We just made our little fruits for our little pickables system. And now we're going to start setting that up. You're Dutch. I'm not going to say anything offensive. But yeah, there's that kind of Northern European pronunciation that I've heard, that I've picked up. I'll tell her that. I'll tell her I just randomly guessed a Dutch name's pronunciation correctly. No, I don't want to generalize about peoples or countries. I'm good. We also drew a little fish. We got a little catfish sort of thing. This was so hard. It's so derpy. This is like the hardest thing I've drawn so far this jam. And it's so stupid. But we're going with it. Yeah. Well, we did these this morning. We got our little berry bushes. I did these last night. So we need to set up a system where these spawn in here. I realize the highlight points are on the wrong side, probably. I might fix that. Generally, the light has been coming up and from the left, so I'm just going to standardize that everywhere. Did I draw that by hand? What, the fish? Yes, it was hard. Oh, the trees. Yeah, I drew these. The bushes came together in about 20 minutes. The tree trunk came together in about 30 seconds. And then I agonized over the canopy for hours until we just ended up going with the simplest possible version. I had so many different versions of the canopy with like shading and like all this different stuff we tried. But then we ended up just going with the simple one, which I think turned out all right. But yeah, I'm upset. That's the sort of thing that you don't have time to do in a jam, is spend hours on a stupid tree canopy. But it was like, I did that from like 10 till midnight last night, so I think I was kind of done being productive. I think I was just kind of raging. But the bushes came together so quickly that I was kind of like feeling myself. I was like, I could do a tree. I've never drawn any of this stuff before, but I could do a tree. Praise be the outline tool is what I'm going to say about how to draw a bush and a tree. Aseprite has an outline tool that just generates outlines. It's so useful for stuff like this. I'm a pixel artist for sure. I know, I got it in my blood. That's how it feels. I enjoy it. I've enjoyed it so far. We've had a lot of firsts. I know they say like only focus on doing one thing well in a game jam. I think the thing we decided we were gonna do well for this one was art. It's a very art heavy game, but that was very much a gamble. All right, there we go. Consistency achieved. I have to do this one just for consistency. How are you doing, though? Happy Sunday. The white dot on the berries is meant to be reflecting light. Yeah, kinda. There's always a little shiny. Whenever you see people draw fruit like that, there's always a little shiny thing. There's always a little shiny point. All right, so our pick grid is going to work kind of like our path grid. We will have the ID to map and the map to ID. Oh, no, we don't need any of this shit. So this will probably just have a couple of arrays. It'll have... Actually, maybe it'll have a dictionary. No, maybe you can just have a couple of arrays. Because we can just use the index of the arrays to tell us stuff. We can say variable, berry. We can say pick berries, an array of vector 2i. We can have a variable pick. These are apples, but I just call them fruit. But we'll say apples, so there's no ambiguity. Pick apples, array, vector 2i, and we'll say pick fishes. You have work tomorrow? Ain't the best day. Well, that's a traditional Sunday then. I don't have work tomorrow, but that's very good because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna stay up for 24 hours at least to finish this. It's due 10 a.m. on Monday, my time. It's about 1 p.m. on Sunday. So, got a little more than 20 hours to finish this game. I'm probably gonna be working for the next 20 hours on it. I love work though. Yeah. I do like jamming. I'm starting to feel the stress and the fatigue, but I do enjoy it a lot. And I did a good job of pacing myself over the weekend. So we're only just now reaching the point where we got to start really jamming it out. Okay, so we have these arrays. What we can do is we can just iterate through. We can just say for cell in get used cells, we can match based on cell. We can say vector 2i dot. Well, what we can do is we can say match cell dot x. I know I chose what frames I was going to do for the berry bushes, but this system is going to overwrite that, and I think that's okay. You don't really understand how some games have Twitch integration. That seems a whole different level of making a game. You can get libraries and plugins a lot. I think even Godot, there's a library. Or there's a C# library for Twitch integration, at least, that I might end up using in one of my games. So you don't normally have to do it yourself. Unless you're very custom. I know a lot of people who've written them, though, so it's not impossible. All right, so we'll match based on the cell.x. And if the cell.x is 1, we'll add this to berries. Say pick berries.append cell to pick apples.append cell 3 pick fishes.append cell. Okay, and then this should just build all that stuff out. So pick grid is going to be readied after I think I need to move these down so that they're guaranteed to be ready before. I think I move you guys up, which is going to look weird. That's okay. These are normally going to be invisible. Yeah, this is good. Next, you wanted to mention the C# nougat as well. Yeah. You don't have to make everything from scratch. People just generally want to, right? Okay, I don't have to hide these things anymore, and I can just see their overlays now, which is confusing to look at, but helpful. Maybe what I'll do is do this. Oops. Oops. So we're not using this first set, but I'm keeping it here because I would like to use it someday. Potentially. Do this. Actually, we don't need to color all of them, do we? Just the first one. Just the blank one needs to be colored to make it easier to see which ones I've got and which ones I don't. There we go. That helps. I should probably export that, though. All right, so here are our pickable areas. We've got 5 berry bushes. We've got an area under the apple tree where stuff can fall. And we've got a little creek bed that fish can swim down. Yeah, Twitch integration's pretty cool. I like the RimWorld, or not the RimWorld, the Noita one where you can like spawn stuff in and stuff. I think for my games, I think it would be cool if you could have like Twitch followers or subs appear as like characters. I would like to do stuff like that. I think that'd be fun. Like you just pull from the chat names when you need names for enemies or friendlies or whatever. So you might get like a pirate ship might attack you and it's populated by like members of the chat. I think that'd be fun. All right, so we've got our little pickable array. What we want to do is we want to make an array. So I think Berry Bushes does want a script. And then so what you're going to do on your ready function, you are going to well, how are you going to know? I think I should just plug in an export variable here. Export. Normally we could just do this. We could just build a list by getting the children, but I actually want these in a particular order. How do I want to do this? Because the pick grid is going to make an array of... Ooh, we could just have a dictionary. No, we want an array. So this array is going to be randomly generated with cell coordinates. I mean, again, I could hard code it, but that kind of defeats the purpose. So this is going to be the berry bushes in a random order. And then what we want to do here, we kind of want to figure out, maybe I just keep a dictionary that maps the consistent order with the, just call this like the bush map. It also wouldn't be an export array. It would be an on-ready variable. But we'll just say dictionary. We'll say how the F? Is today the last day you can work on this? Yes, it is. How do I want to organize this, actually? So who's going to be doing the spawning? I think I should have an object like a creek object, a creek node of apple tree node, which we're going to rename this apple tree. An apple tree node, well, a creek node, an apple tree node, and a berry bushes node. This will have to be a node 2D. can this also be just a sprite? It could maybe be a sprite 2D. This is going to be a creek. So there'll be berry bushes, an apple tree, and a creek. So much potential still. Yeah. There's a lot that needs to be done, though. But we do have a lot of time left. Everyone's complaining on the Discord about shaders for web. We are not doing that. All right. So structure of this process. So I think the spawning will happen on each node. It will refer to the pick grid. Maybe it'll search through the pick grid to find a tile with less than the max. Kind of just want a hash set, but I've got an array. I've got an array of map tiles. So what I need is I just need a map from the map tiles to the specific bushes. So I can actually just make this as a dictionary. That's what I'm going to do. Just so that the berry bushes parent knows how the bushes are mapped. So yeah, this is going to be an export variable, and we will just code this in by hand. It is going to be a vector 2i to int. There will also be a bushes array. I'm just going to make that an export variable too, because I could write a little thing that walks through the children. Sprite 2D. I'm not going to bother with that. There's going to be a bush map and a bush img. Okay. Now we can call them sprite node. I'll say bush sprite. 2D. 2D usually gets, the D usually gets lowercased, I think. Do it like this. Okay, so we'll go in here. We'll make a bush map. So our bush map, now this we have to refer to this. So let's find bush 0. We need to pick the tile. So the grid. So we look at the grid. Show the grid so I can just see it. Show me the tile. Show me the tile. So says bush 0 is at tile position -2, 8. So we can just say -2, 8, new value 0. We'll add another pair. New pair will be for bush 1. Actually, this doesn't need to be a dictionary, does it? Actually, do I need a path grid thing at all? I don't know if I do. I might just hard code lists and actually not have a pick grid. I mean, I'm happy to have the pick grid here for visual reasons, but I might not actually use it for anything. Because the pick spawners just need to know about what its options are. And actually, in many cases, like the creek one, actually doesn't, all it ever does is spawn things off screen and then move them down. So actually the pick grid thing should be here. Yeah, let's do it that way. Let's not actually have a pick grid. I'm gonna run these all independently. That's easier. Detach. Detach and delete. Save the scene. Then detach and delete. So this is just visual, which means we don't actually need this to be a unique. This is just a visual aid. And so I'll just hard code these points. So this one can just be in an array. So berry bush doesn't need to be a dictionary. So we can call this berry bushes. We can call this bush coords. And this can be the bush sprite array. This will be an array of vector 2i's. We don't need a map to anything. We just need to hard code this. And I'll just do it by hand to make sure it's in the correct order. So bush 0. Hold on. Add element. Boink. Boink. It's one of those things where it's like my instinct in all of these cases is to systematize this stuff. But when you're doing a jam like this, it's almost always better to just hard code it and move on. All right, so -2.8 is berry bush 0. I might also just have a bush count array. Actually, we can just keep the count in the sprite. I don't need a separate count. So your -2.8, bush 1 is at 0.4. Bush 2, 1.7. Bush 3. I should put collisions on these. I should put colliders on the bushes because otherwise you might accidentally click the tile behind the bush without realizing it. AoE did give me the idea of it would be nice if a little particle thing went off whenever the bear rustled through the bushes or something. That'd be cute. We're not going to worry about that right now, though. 1.7 for bush 2. Bush 3. 2.5. Bush 4. Yeah, just a couple of leaves spawning randomly and falling down. Yeah, that'd be fun. We'll see. I'm not terribly good at drawing leaves, but I'm going to need to do that a bunch when I draw the background because I have to draw a static background under all of this. I'm not terribly looking forward to it. Oh, we shouldn't be able to spawn anything here. This area is not pickable. Right. Yeah, that area should not be pickable. In fact, these areas probably shouldn't be pickable either. Because you might not see the thing. Yeah, that's better. so I've encoded all of those, hooked those up. Let's go into the berry bush scene. So we're gonna add a node. 2D. Can I swap this? No, I can't. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, well let's make you a copy then. Sprite 2D. I just want to take all of your stuff here. -8 offset. Animation 4, 5. Change this one's type to just a node 2D. Is this all still hooked up? Nope. Okay, let's hook that up again. Oh, this is all right, so I think the bushes are all set up. So our berry bushes thing knows how many bushes we have, where they are, how many berries they have on them. So you're probably going to have a timer. Call you like the spawn timer or something. Maybe berry timer. I don't know. We should probably have our berry bushes start in some kind of random berry state. Or not random, but we should assign like a berry state to them. Might actually be kind of hard to do here. Unless I make their editable children, which I could. Let's finish setting up the berry bushes before I do that. You need a collider. Collision shape 2D. Is it a collision shape or an area that I want? It's an area. That's what I want. And then the area has a collision shape. Or wait, the berry bush can just be an area. Well, whatever. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna add the area here. Area 2D. And then you have a collision shape. And then your collision shape is probably just use a rectangle, 'cause who cares? Something like that. So you're gonna need, we need like a, well, we either need an input chain or what we're probably gonna do. So I could either forward the signal, or what I'm probably gonna do is actually just hook in out here. We'll just set all of these to have collidable children. Monitoring, monitorable. Where's input? I want input pickable. Yep, that's what I want. All right, here's our little berry bush object. I'm gonna set all of these to have editable children. I cannot do that for more than one object at a time, apparently. Actually, I don't want to be storing bush sprites. In which case I don't need the count. And what I want to hook up here is I want to hook up. Although, hold on. No, we do need a. We need a signal forwarder sort of thing. Okay. So we'll make a berry bush script. We will give it an export variable, which is a bush ID, which is just an int. And then we're going to hook up our signal, which is input event. Yeah, we want to hook this up. I don't want to do any of that advanced stuff. I'd mess it up if I did. So when this happens, all we do here... Oh, we need our own signal. So we need to say signal area. We can just say mouse picked. Input picked or something. Mouse input. We can just call it input event. Input event. Maybe on input event. Yeah, we'll say input event. And I don't remember how signals work. I never remember how anything works. There's so many different ways to connect signals and use signals and do signals. Yeah, I just want a signal and I just want a thing. We'll say bush ID. And we can just say ID. We can say target. I don't know. Target. We can just say emit input event bush ID. Right. So emit is a. Or do we say input event dot emit? Input event dot emit. Push ID? Is that it? So when this happens, we just emit which bush got clicked. I'm going to set the default ID to be -1. And so what we do here is you're 0. You are 1. You're 2. You're 3. You're 4. And so you've got your sprites. And so now what we do is we just connect some signals here. So event input target. I'm going to call this on berry bush input event. Connect. We're just going to connect multiples here. Connect. Bernard is going to be made unique because I think Bernard is where these inputs are going to go. Bernard and PathGrid are going to be unique. Put Bernard in front of everything. You need to turn Y sorting on all these probably. Connect a unbury timer timeout. Connect that as well. All right, so what's going to happen is you click on the berry bush. That will let the berry bush's parent know that a berry bush has been clicked on. That information will be relayed to the coordinate, will be relayed to Bernard. And that will feed into the input handler. And then Bernard will decide what to do with that information. Let's finish connecting these before I forget. You like the name? Thanks. Yeah, I was maybe inspired by two nerdy nerds who rated us on Friday while we were working on this first thing. One of their devs is named Bernardo. And then an hour or two later, we picked like what kind of... This was originally not a game about a bear. But I didn't think I could draw a person. So we were like... And we're inspired by Ropuka's Idle Island. Ropuka's Idle Island, which is this very sweet game about a frog who trims his lawn and takes naps. Because this was originally going to be an idle game, and then this morning I remembered, you were here. I don't need to tell you. But yeah, this morning I realized we didn't have time to do an idle game, so we're making this into a little cozy game instead. Which does simplify some things. I'm gonna leave that up. Let's check the Down to Jam site, see what's going on here. Hold on, let me go log in here real quick. $20 left. NBD. Covino's going strong. Our boys Covino and Koslowski have been going hard on this, along with us here. This has been fun. A lot of other people working hard on this. A lot of activity in the Discord. If you want to keep up with everyone's progress. That's what you meant with it had so much potential. If I had more time, this game could be something huge. It could be fun. I don't know if it could be huge, but it could be super fun. It could be a little cute little thing. I do want to make an idle game. I think we're going to make a side project idle game. I don't think it's going to be this one, because I don't think I have the chops to expand on this adequately. But we are going to make an idle game. This was actually just a very selfish opportunity to practice. All right. So we're going to do the berry bushes, then we'll probably do the apple tree, and then we'll probably... Actually, maybe we do the fishes and then the apple tree. So the fishes are like the same as the apple, just simpler, sort of. No, maybe not. Maybe we'll do the apple tree and then the fishes, the creek. An idle roguelike? That would be pretty funny. You like, every time your character dies, like all of your unlockables reset. You have to unlock everything again. That'd be kind of cool. There are games like that. They're kind of like auto battler roguelikes, where like your main thing is like you're equipping your characters, but you can still lose. Yeah, you would want some kind of meta progression. It's true. You would want in-run progression and out-run and out-of-run progression, so that you do get stronger in between runs. But you'd also want in-run progression. It would be interesting. That'd be a pretty cool idea. That'd be pure addiction for you. Yeah. There was a fun jam game that kind of did something like that. It was called Tristram. Ludum Dare 55. I think they actually made this into a real game, but it's really cute. You like have a little village and you like gather dungeon parties, and then you send multiple parties into the dungeon, and you definitely lose people. This game is sick. I'll drop this for you. I think you might enjoy that. It's short. It's just a jam game, but I think they made a full version of that. One of the cooler games to come out of LD55. It doesn't have a hard reset, really. It has soft resets, kind of like the way Darkest Dungeon did. You'd probably also... I assume you played Darkest Dungeon, because it's very much the kind of thing you're describing. Although you have to fight in Darkest Dungeon. So you do make choices, but it's like... Yeah, okay, yeah. I want to play that game again, but it has so little respect for the player's time that it makes it really hard for me to be able to have the time to do it. Okay, so the berry bushes are almost set up here. All the signals are connected. I think I want this timer to auto start. And then we need to hook this up. Oh, we did hook this up. All right, so on berry bush input event, not quite. We need to hook this up to Bernard. And then on berry timer timeout. When that happens, we want to try spawn berry. So we'll say func try spawn berry. The reason not to just say try to spawn berry, just actually have English, regular English. So when berry timer times out, actually I don't know why we'd have this as a separate function, but why not? Try to spawn berry. Oh, because we also want to reset the timer. And we want to reset the timer with a random time. So we want an on-ready variable here that represents the timer. Berry timer. I don't actually need to plug this in. I could just say berry timer. You could say berry timer dot start. We can say what's a good berry timer time? We'll say 5 seconds plus rand, some kind of random rand f. Is rand f only generate between 0 and 1? Because that would be great. Yeah, it does. And 0 and 1 inclusive. Okay. Cool. Plus rand f times 5. Just do that. So every like 5 to 10 seconds, a berry bush will try to spawn a berry. That's a fine way to start. That's pretty fast. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of want to see it working, and then we can tone it down. It'll probably end up being 10 seconds plus up to 5 additional seconds. Yeah, that's probably better. We'll say 10 plus up to 5. 10 to 15 seconds, I think, is reasonable. For now. Part of the reason why I'm glad we're not doing this as an idle game is tuning idle game stuff, I think, is really hard. Like, tuning the progression of everything, I think would be really hard, and I'm glad we don't have to do that. All right, so when we try to spawn a berry, we will say for sprite 2D in the bush sprite array. We'll say bush sprites. We can say bush sprite 2Ds. So for each sprite 2D and bush sprite 2Ds, we'll say if sprite 2D dot hframe or dot frame. Actually, we need to know the index. So we actually need to say for index in range. How do we do range stuff? Starts from 0 before n. Yeah, 0 through 5. For I in range 0. I love how simple GDScript is. It's so nice for building small games like this. As soon as you start trying to make a big game, you start fighting with this system, I think. Which is why we've kind of split our simulation layer off in its own world and stuff. But like for small games, maybe not simple, but small games, it's such a beautifully expressive and flexible language. All right, so for index in range 0 through 5, we'll say if bush sprite 2Ds index dot frame. How do I access where are my frames at? Actually, we could do this. Variable sprite 2D. I like to have code completion. Bush sprite 2D. Oh, these are node 2Ds. This is weird. That explains why we didn't have code completion, maybe. Can I still say bush sprite 2Ds index dot, yeah, okay, dot frame divided by index. I might have lost all my references here though when I changed that. I did. Unfortunate. So we have to divide by index because just because. So we can say variable vary count equals. We can say if we can say actually, we could just say this. We could say if push count dot index divided by that is less than. It's less than 3. Say bush sprite 2Ds index. We do still need the pick grid. I realize we still need the pick grid because we need Bernard. We need Bernard to know about this. We need Bernard to be able to scrutinize them. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So we need to increment this, and we also need to increment... What we should do is we should build a dictionary. Again, I could do this with just a hash set. I don't think I have access to a hash set. I mean, I could just have it in an empty dictionary, and I just don't care about what's in it. I do want a dictionary because I want, like, when you click on something, Bernard is going to be like, the only reason we have the berry bushes listing for clicks is because they are bigger than the tile. So they need to consume. I should probably make these a circle and not a rect. It's probably better for them to be a circle. What if I made you a circle? It's probably better. Good, there's very little overlapping here. That helps. But yeah, so you might click on a tile. Like if you click on this tile, what you would expect is for Bernard to go to the berry bush. But if we're only listening for tiles, tile contacts, that doesn't work. So the berry bushes needs this. Everything else can be based on a simpler system. All right, so where are we at? So we try to spawn our berry, if index and range 0.5, if bush sprite 2Ds. So if we have less than 3 here, we don't actually need to scrutinize these like this, but we might as well. So what we need to do is we need to specify that, and we also need to, so the pick grid does actually need to have these arrays that we've made earlier and then got rid of. So berry, we can say pick. Say berry picking spots. Array. Oh no, dictionary. We could say picking spots. Picking spots. Find an enum here. Enum. Say berry. Apple. Fish. Actually, we could say, right now it's null, berry, apple, fish. Hey, Saracia, how do you like the name Shop Apocalypse? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I don't think you can shorten it. Shopocalypse. Which would be the temptation. But no, Shop Apocalypse sounds fun. If your jam game doesn't have a pun in it or some kind of weird wordplay thing, what are you even doing, right? I like that. Shop Apocalypse, that's fun. Picking spots is going to be a dictionary of... We'll say type here. We can say pick type. So this will be an array of vector or dictionary of vector 2i and pick type. So we don't allow this needs to have a class name. Class name. We can call this just type. I want to call this pickable and the other one also pickable or pathable, but I ended up with grid, which is fine. I guess it's a tile map layer, so whatever. Could be worse. So yeah, we'll just have a single dictionary because we don't allow for anything to have more than one kind of pickability. So now we need to do this. We need to go through, we need to say for each cell in get used cells, do I need a match or can I just do this? Can I say picking spots cell equals... Oh, we need to get the atlas chords. I do that by saying get atlas, get cell atlas chords, cell dot x. We'll say print picking spots cell. Let's see what we get. Division by 0. Oh, if index is 0. Hold on a second. That's a stupid way to avoid dividing by 0, but it'll work. Do I need to parenthesize parenthetically? I might as well. So we do index if index is greater than 0, else we just divide by 1. Which is the same as not dividing at all. All right, let's look at the output we got. So we're getting 222, 111, 333, 222. That's kind of okay. So what if instead I do this? We could match this. Is there a GD script? How do we cast something in GD script? As, so we can say, so we don't need to match, we can just say equals this as type. Okay, now what happens if we print this? I still get numbers. Okay, so whatever. What if I print type dot Barry? We just get the number anyway. Okay, so it always converts it to its constant number value. That's fine. We have the types so that we can talk about them. All right, so we record all the picking spots here in the pick grid. You can get the type of the pick grid by plugging in the map coordinate. And then so what we're going to do here So in here, when we increment the frame, when we increment the sprite frame, we also need to say path grid, not path grid, pick grid. Get or dot set cell push towards index 0 vector 2i 1. Oh, I want to save this. Variable berry count equals this. You just say count. Is that a Sennheiser 599 special? I don't quite think so. Let me double check. It's an old HD 559. It's wired. I like it. It's a little old. I have an even older one in my other computer. It works great. Yeah, I also have one of their me and my partner both have one of their wireless headphones. I even have their earbuds. I guess I'm a bit of a Sennheiser stan. Sennheiser. But yeah, they're good stuff. I was skeptical of their newer wireless headphones, but my partner loves them. My older one has the limitation of it can only connect to two. It can only remember 2 devices, and it's like, come on. Good for gaming. I don't know. I don't know, Nix. Sennheiser's fine. I'm not an audiophile, though, so I'm not the kind of person that would be able to scrutinize this stuff. All right, so what we do is we say set cell count plus 1. Zero. That's it, right? I need for parameters. Yeah. I'm gonna switch this to I. Oh, we don't need to have this here. We can say if count is less than 3. If berry count is less than 3. Let's see if this works. This should just start spawning berries. Okay, this added it to all of them. This immediately started us with 2. What? How did this... We start with 0. And we immediately get 2. Oh, no, it's 1. I need to disable this. Why did it spawn for all... Oh, so this is a... Oh, this iterates. I need rand I. Is Randy? Randy is a function, isn't it? Randy. Oh, there's no underscore. I need a Randy up to 5. Right? From... Oh, Randy range. Good old Randy range. I need a Randy from 0 to 5. That's exclusive, right? Turns a random sign between from and to inclusive. Okay, so we need Randy range 4. You usually advise Sennheiser 560s for any real gamers. Did you pick that number because I have a 559? So I'm 1 increment less than a real gamer. I'm a real gamer -1. As long as it's not Randy Random. Yeah, I thought you would remember Randy Random. I'm just messing with you, Rick, yeah. Yeah, it's fine for me for streaming, and I should probably get something better when I start producing more music and stuff, but this is the device most people, I mean, most people are going to hear your stuff on relatively mid equipment anyway, right? So it's like, what are you going to do? Like if I was producing music for an album, I would care a lot probably because I'm making sound audio stuff for a game. I don't know how much I care about the quality of my monitoring equipment. Most people don't even hear the difference. Yeah, but the people that do hear the difference, they will tell you about it, right? They'll tell you what for. All right, so we try to spawn our berry. So we get I in rand. Well, no, we don't want 4. We just want... Well, hold on a second. What's happening right now? Oh, we want... We want while. What we can do is we can say variable I equals randi range 0 through 4. Just say while true. I don't really care. Say return. Else. Actually, we could put the declaration in here, couldn't we? We probably shouldn't do it this way. Here, we're gonna have a variable, because this could just infinitely loop. We could say trying. We could say while trying. We don't want I equals random.range. We want to pop. Here's what we want. We want to make a little array. Array of. Does this game get audio as well? It will. It will. Probably not a lot. We'll need a little bit of ambience and maybe a song or two sprinkled in. This is really stupid, but we're going to try to do this. We're going to say 0 to array dot size -1. What we could do here is instead of trying, we could say while array dot size is greater than 0. So we make an array. While the array size is greater than 0, we just try to pick pieces off of. You could say variable I equals I dot pop at. We'll pop at a random point between 0 and the array's size -1. This is really stupid, but this will work. Because what we need to do is we need to try to spawn a berry at one of the berry bushes. But if the berry bushes fill up, we can't do it. Let's see if this kind of works. This is kind of dumb, but this is the kind of shit that you program in a jam. Fun fact, you have still 6 hours and 15 minutes till you have to wake up to go to work. Considering you're not yet asleep, that's not ideal. All right, we spawned a berry. Let's see if we spawn another one. Oh, we spawned another one. Why do these bushes all look the same? It reset all my bushes. We're spawning berries, though. Yeah, at least the berries are spawning. No, they're different. Whoa, hold on. I need to scrutinize the input event. They might have reset. They did. They reset at one point. So I need to just change them. They reset when I made them a scene. So I just need to change them. So you're going to be at 4. Then they'll spawn in different locations once I've reset them. There we go. Now they're all different, and now they'll spawn at different points. I'm gonna actually speed up the spawn timer so we can see them spawn much faster. If this was an idle game, that's something we'd tie to something else. I don't love that we're only trying to spawn them at the initial. Oh. Your account. Push sprite 2D's i.frame. Indie range. Okay, so it's trying other numbers, but it's not working. Which means I'm not indexing into them correctly. Their account. Oh, wait. Push sprite 2 frames divided by I. Oh, it needs to be divided by I by times... No. Well, can I just do minus I times 4? Yeah, I don't know why I didn't try doing that before, that would be easy. This should work now. You're gonna bounce. Thanks, Nyx. All right, now we're spawning at other berries. All right. I want to just fill these up, so I'm gonna say it's 0.5. So it's the spawn time is gonna be between a 1 second and 1.5 seconds. And we should just fill up these berry bushes and then stop. Hey, we're doing it. And nothing crashes. We filled up the berry bushes. All right. So I'm going to continue having the first berry, or the first timer be like a second, so that a berry almost immediately spawns. Just so you notice it. All right, so this is constantly sending a signal. It does seem to know which bush I'm talking about, which is good. I think considering our movement speed, these berry timings will be fine. They'll probably get even longer eventually. Our movement speed is so slow. This is a cozy game. Your berry bushes will probably almost completely respawn while the bear is sleeping anyway. It's not just berries, right? Yeah, there's going to be fish and apples. We just haven't set those up yet. So fish will swim down this little creek. You can't really see it here, but if I turn the pickables. So berries will spawn at the berry bushes. Apples will fall from the tree onto the ground here. And then fish will occasionally swim down a little creek here. They'll probably swim at different speeds. I'll have that so that you could potentially get more than one fish at a given tile. I'll have to math that out. Spawn rate could be like 60 to 100 seconds at the bear moves. So yeah, we'll fine tune that. We might actually have playtesting time at some point, which would be insane for me. All right, so that's berry bushes spawns. We still need them to be pickable. I kind of want to just finish setting up the spawnings for all the other pickables and then work on actually getting them picked. Look at Bernard just watching us make our little game. It's the funniest accidental thing ever. He just, for some reason, is defaulted to this animation when he's... And I think I must have done that on accident. It's too funny. Kind of dying every time I see him peeking out like that. think I'm gonna make his fireplace a lot bigger. All right, so we need to fix the input stuff though. So the berry bush script, this just emits, I need to scrutinize this event. I need to remember how input events work. So I want to just ask if it's a mouse event. So these will be input events, and then the clicking on the ground will be an unhandled input event. So if you click on a bush, that will always take priority over clicking on the ground behind the bush, and that should solve any weird problems with that. What I need to do is I need to, if event, okay, so we can ask if event is input event mouse button. I actually don't know if I care which kind of mouse button it is. Oh, this could be mouse wheel stuff. I should probably ask if it's right click or left click. Let's look at one of the, let's look at the wheel constants. Yeah, we'll just ask if it's 1 or 2. Mouse button left or mouse button right, because I don't really care whether people click mouse button left or mouse button right. I think both should work. My instinct would be to do right. We should make sure we have the project setting thing that lets people use mouse, or that lets people use... Oh, I could plug in... No, I can't plug in my mouse cursor graphic. I don't know if people would care, but I'm not going to do that. Version. For version, I want to enter like barely there. Input pointing. Emit mouse from touch. Yeah, that's what we want. So that people can play this on a phone. I don't think this will work on a phone, but, you know. I keep people's options open. So we can ask if it's input mouse event something. So here we'll say if event is input event mouse button, and then we can say if event is, well, hold on, how do we do the mouse button part? Button index. Dot button index. Thanks for the hydrate, Adagon. How is it going? We're chugging along here with our little bear gathering thing. Instead of working on your game, you're distracted by adding side features. I thought that might happen to you. But yeah, we got little berry bushes spawning berries. We're gonna work on getting apples to fall from this tree and fish to swim down this little creek. We're gonna try to get all the mechanics done, ideally on stream in the next couple of hours. And then it's gonna be just art and sound for me, hopefully the rest of the night. The long night. Yeah, that site better not crash at 10 a.m. because we're all going to be submitting late. I'll tell you that right now. I'll probably try to make my game page before 10, just so, you know, it's there. But yeah, fingers crossed. There's a submission window as well. Yeah, yeah, I'm joking. I'm joking. I think it'll be fine. You'll be awake when the jam ends, though? Okay, yeah, try to get some sleep. I am not going to sleep between now and then. I knew that going into today. What, you gave Brainoid the keys to the kingdom? That can't be good. Event.button index is input. What are these called? The mouse button. Yeah, mouse button left or event button index is equal to mouse button right. GD script doesn't like if I do something like this. It's annoying. All right, now it should scrutinize, and it should only print something out when I actually click on the bush, not just when I hover over it. Why are you doing it twice? Oh, because you're doing it on down and up. I want it to be on up. I like it on mouse release. We can say if event dot button. Oh, hold on. How do I get the type? Event pressed. Released? It's released in here? Yeah, we might have to use pressed. What is this? If true, the mouse button stays pressed. It falls to the release. Oh, so we want it to be false. Yeah, okay. So I want to say event.pressed. You can say if not. Because I only want to do one. Yeah, there we go. So you have to release the click before it does anything. But now we know what we're clicking on, which is great. We're spawning berries. Please spawn on a different bush than this one, just to let me know that you're working. Yep, there we go. All right, perfect. All right, berry bushes. They spawn and they can be picked. GG. Close the docs here. Hell yes. All right. Quick bio break, and I'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out here on this lazy Sunday. Sounds very awesome. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Rikia. Thank you for the bits. If you're gone, I'll see you. Yeah, get some rest. You gotta work. We can't rest because we have some work. We have a lot of work. Got some tea going. Excuse me. How's everyone doing today? All right. Why does picking spot cell equals get cell atlas coordinates x as type? I guess I don't need to do that. Tea, yeah. I figured this is a good time. It's about tea time for me. Tea is tea. Tea is good. I can really only have one cup. Well, I say one. I can really only have coffee in the morning, like with breakfast. That's when it's appropriate coffee time for me. After that, I gotta switch to tea. Kind of tea? I don't know. We'll see how I feel. I've got black tea. It'll probably be either just a regular old Trader Joe's black tea or maybe a chai if I'm feeling spicy. Not like a real chai, just like, you know, a little tea bag. Chai sounds kind of nice. You like iced black tea with almond milk. Oh, that's interesting. I pretty much just drink hot tea. In the same way that I pretty much just drink hot coffee. But I mean, San Francisco is... If I can see like 80-degree weather coming, I'll make some cold brew or something. But I almost never see it coming, and I usually don't prepare. All right, so what do we got to do next? So the pick grid system, we'll just continue. So we can ask if picking spots has... So whenever we click on something, we can ask if picking spots has that spot. If it doesn't... Actually, no, what we'll do is when we click on something, we'll ask if the path grid has that. Path grid. We can ask if the path grid map to ID has that point. Or whatever. We can figure out whether that's in the pathing network. If it is, we'll try to walk to it. When we get there, we will ask if that spot is is a picking spot. And if it is a picking spot, we will try to pick. If there's nothing there, we'll just hang out. If there is something there, we'll try to pick. And then we'll try to pick again until there's nothing there. So if there's like 3 berries, Bernard will try to pick 3 times. And each time, the stamina will go back up. Yeah, tuning those values will probably be me playing that at like 6 in the morning. Just trying to pick good values. That'd be best case scenario, honestly. I don't think I'm going to really start panicking until the sun goes down. I've got another 6 hours or so until that'll probably happen, 5 or 6 hours. Then I'm going to start panicking because I'll be entering the final 12 hours. So we're doing okay as far as I'm concerned. I think we're doing all right considering all things considered here. All right, so what we need to do here, we need to make a scene, which is an apple. The apple can just be a sprite 2D. Oh, well, I should probably make a sprite 2D and not call it sprite 2D unless I do so. The apple can just be a little sprite 2D. Load. a little apple. I should probably flip this. Same with this. A little touches, you know. So the apple's gonna fall, and then it's gonna potentially roll. It might roll 90 degrees to one side, it might roll 90 degrees to another side, or it might roll 180 degrees to either side and end up on. I think that'll be really cute. Might be a pain in the butt to implement, but I think it'll be really cute. Our fish is the only one that's just gonna kind of swim downstream here. Our little catfish. I think the fact that it moves is going to be its interesting aspect. Not looking forward to making the creek. Animation, H frames 2, V frames 2. That should be fine. I'm going to need to start doing Z indexing stuff at a certain point, but whatever. Oh, we should just call this apple. What am I doing here? What are we doing here? What's the big effing deal? What the F are we doing out here? I ask you, what in the F are we doing here? Just gonna watch our little berries spawn for a second while I think of my next move here. Should I probably put a few apples in our apple tree, just like statically? Just like a handful. Put them up above the canopy so you can tell that they're unreachable. People will try to reach them. I love the in-game. This is the greatest recent addition to the Godot engine, is just the fact that the game window runs inside here in the editor. What just happened? Did we just try to spawn more than one berry? Or am I just not paying attention? I'm probably just not paying attention. Yeah, the spawning time is way too fast, but that's okay. It'd be really funny when like a berry spawns in the corner here and you don't have enough stamina to go get it. So like, you just have to go home. I'll probably add a collision polygon to the cabin so you can click anywhere in the cabin and Bernard will just go home. So you can just tell him to go home. right, what do I want to do now? Get this apple tree set up, I guess. I want to save this branch as a scene. Apple tree. And I want to add a node that can be make scene root, sprite UD, apple tree, tree. I think I'm going to need to split this out into 2 different pieces. Yeah, the apple's not going to look quite right. We'll have to split the tree into a canopy and trunk. I don't really want to do that now, but I can pretty easily. So I probably should. We'll say apple tree. Well, we can keep calling this a fruit tree. Fruit tree trunk. And we'll do it again, and we'll do just the canopy. Fruit tree canopy. Say apples. I'm gonna go check on my water. It's probably boiled out. Well, it's probably totally boiled out by now. All right, tea is underway. All right, what are we doing now? We should probably work on getting these apple trees, these apples spawned here. So the apples can spawn in these red areas. So we need to pick a point. Oh, you. Tree canopy. No, C. Your Y sort. I need to define a Y sort position. Man. So I need this to Y sort off of like probably like here. Do I really have to put this in a different file to get that to happen? I guess I could texture region it. Maybe a texture region is what I need. this. No, that doesn't do shit. Oh, hold on. It moves when I do that, though. Oh, if it was... I see. I need to change the file. Yeah, it's fine. I can do this. I can do this. I'm going to make a new... let's figure out what the size of this is first. Let's do 192 by 144. Apple tree canopy. And then separately. Well, the trunk I don't need to do anything with, but I could. I might as well. What are you? 64 by 96? Apple tree. Trunk. All right, I gotta go get my tea. All right, got my tea. Got some tea cookies. I'm ready. Ready to get this apple tree set up. So something like this. I guess it's got to be the low as the lowest pixel on the canopy. And now what we do is we shift it up. You know what I could have done? I could have avoided doing all of this and just put this on a higher Z index. That's what I'm going to do. Lol. Oh well. No harm. Hey, Aaron. Yeah, we're doing the 72-hour Down to Jam game. We're doing a game for this jam from scratch. We're making a little game about a bear who gathers berries and apples and fish and stuff from his yard. Here comes the bear. We make all of it from scratch. We're on the final 24 hours. So yeah, the bear just comes out. You click around, and he'll go to where you click, and he'll try to pick stuff up until he gets too tired, and then he'll go home. So the only art that's finished is really the bear, the trees, the berry bushes, and the fish. So we're trying to wrap up the gameplay stuff here. Get the game loop going in the next couple of hours here, and then switch to art and sound and try to just get a nice background piece of art, redo the cabin. That's all I really want to do. Redo the cabin, create the background art for the ground and stuff, you know, including a creek, which is gonna be hard, and get a couple of songs recorded. What was that weird ass glitch? That was weird. He walked past the window, turned, and he popped in front of the window for a second is what looked like happened. Concerning. We probably need more discrete slices of this to get the Y sorting correct. Because, yeah, the Y sorting is not isometric based because we're not using a tile set for it. So I actually need to slice this cabin into tile set side or tile cell sized pieces when we actually finish it. I mean, I at least need to do that with the front facade. That shouldn't be that hard, though. How are you doing? How's your stuff going along? Oh, this tea is nice. Alright, so now we need to get stuff on. You're on fire, it seems, today. You just made a very basic menu system for your game? Hell yeah. User interfaces are pain. When you finally get one out, that's gotta feel great. Yeah, good job. That's awesome. All right, on Berry Bush input event, we need to hook this event into Bernard eventually, but well, let's do, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have an apple tree script. Apple tree. Make an apple tree script. It'll work a lot like the Berry Bushes script. So we have bush chords and bush sprite 2Ds. What we need is We need like apple spots. I could just do this with markers, but whatever. I don't love markers. It would work though, but because we're already using a tile system, this should be fine. Who is ready first? So in the order of operations, the path grid and the pick grid get optimized first. For the berry bushes, we had to hand assign all of the spots because they needed to match the corresponding bush. But in this case, we can actually just go through and read off the... Yeah, we can just read off of the pick grid. That's nice. So what we're going to do here is we're going to have a ready function. Func ready. I'm getting in kind of the groove of how I like to do these jams, which is like do the gameplay during the day or do the coding during the day when you're fresh, where I'm fresh, and then do some of the more artistic stuff later on at night when I'm kind of burnt out. I do have to learn some songs after this though, which is going to be interesting. I got to learn bare necessities, obs. But I would also like, if I have time, to learn I Want to Be Like You or whatever that's, however, what is the name of that song? Want to Talk Like You? Want to Talk Like You, Walk Like You. Not the Christopher Walken version. Yeah, I Want to Be Like You. AKA the monkey song. Not the Christopher Walken version. I'm not going to get into it right now, but Disney live action films are those quote unquote live action, where all the action is 100% CG. Those are abominations. And the Lilo and Stitch movie made $1 billion this year. It's insane. In the theater, it made $1 billion. End of days. Okay, I'm done. Yeah, I Want to Be Like You would be fun. It would also be fun to do... it would be kind of inappropriate, but also kind of appropriate. Or I would be willing to do an Oodalolly. Like if I could learn the melody to Oodalolly. Whatever that song is called. That'd be fun too. But we're going to start with just the bare necessities. We'll record that. That'll be our song track. I hope nobody gets a copyright strike. All right, ready func. So what we're going to do is we're going to say for. We're going to say for pickable spot. Hey, Matthew Sparks. You refuse to subject your eyes to the new Disney quote-unquote live-action renditions and $1 billion in the theaters. How? I know. I know. It's a sad world we live in. Those 2D animated films don't... I mean, some of them don't age well, but like... 2D art does not go out... It does not go bad in the same way that CG where it goes bad. In another 10 years, they're going to need to remake those because we'll be like, wow, the graphics suck. So for each pickable spot in pick grid, picking spots. Why did I call them picking spots and not pickable spots? I'm gonna call this pick spot. For each pick spot and picking spots. And I'll say pickable. So for each pickable spot and picking spots. Can I specify what picking spot is? Wait, so if I iterate a dictionary, what do I get back? I get the keys, right? For fruit in groceries. Amount equals groceries, fruit. Yeah, okay, so you get the keys. It iterates through the keys. That's what you'd want, right? Good art design never ages. True. CGONs always look out of place. They're horrible. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of those old Disney films are very socially unacceptable now, but like art-wise, they're great. Art-wise, they haven't aged a day, in my opinion. That hand-drawn art animation style, we'll never see that ever again. It's so good, and it's gone forever. All right, so for each pickable spot in the picking spot, we'll say if pick grid dot picking spots. We'll say for each, oh no, pickable spot. Is equal to pick grid dot type dot apple. So if the picking spot is an apple spot, we can just, this is how we're gonna build our setup here, right? So we'll just have a variable drop spots. I'm gonna call these drop spots. They're spots we can drop apples onto. Since you grew up in the Deep South, you all had bootleg VHS copies of Song of the South. Yeah, that is not an okay one. That is not an okay one. There's also all the stuff that everyone knows about from, like, you know, Dumbo, and we're not talking about that. We're talking about the art style. The art style is timeless. Not according to, you know, Disney executives, I guess. I love how, like, Baloo from the Jungle Book is the exact same bear as Little John in Robin Hood. I love how there was a time when there was one agreed way to draw bears. Anthropomorphized bears, at least. And the bear from Tailspin. Exactly. Dime Novel Hero. Our bear, Bernard is our bear is more of a Rilakkuma era bear, / the bear from the honey, the little squeezable honey things. I fixed his arm a little bit. Now it actually looks like he's trying to pick up the thing in front of him. But how's it going, Dime Novel? We're working our way through spawning our little pickables. We've already done the berry bushes. We're working on the apple tree right now, and then we got to do fishes. So if pick grid picking spot is an apple, so if this is an apple spot, we can just say drop spots dot append this. Or it's just pickable spot. Oh no, this is the key. Yeah. So we can just pop the key in there. All right, so that builds us our list of drop spots, and then otherwise we're gonna set this up very similarly to how the berry bush's parent works. What we need to do is we need to add a timer. Make the initial one like 5 seconds. Make the berry bushes initial one like 2.5 seconds maybe. auto start it. We will connect it. On Apple timer timeout, on timer timeout. Oh, we can call this Apple timer. Matthew, you never made the tailspin connection? Yeah. There's a story behind those three bears, and it has something to do with like reusing animation stuff. There's like dance sequences that are reused across a few of those scenes too, or those films. Something about that era. They had some budget issues, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, they're just all. They were just like, we can't be bothered. I mean, when you've perfected something, why bother? Why mess with something that's perfect? All right, so on Apple timer timeout, we'll do the same thing we do here, which is we'll try to spawn an apple. I feel like we'll generally succeed at this. So func try to spawn apple. Yes. And then we just say apple timer.start. The apple timer should probably be longer. We'll say 30 seconds plus 15. Or maybe we'll say 20 plus up to 10. For now, we'll probably tune these numbers. So we'll try spawn an apple, and then we'll say $ apple timer start 20 plus randf times 10. Wallabear. Oh my god. We have wild Wallabear coming. Raid alert. Hide the code. How's it going? Hide everything. Hide it all. How's it going, Wallabear? Yeah, we're jamming. We're jamming. Let's go to the jam page. We're down to jam. When are we not down to jam? But yeah, we've got 18 hours. Eep. We've got 18 hours left in the jam. 2 games already submitted. Hell yes. We're jamming. We're on the final stretch. We're doing like a little silly little game about a bear in his little forest. Right now we've got a bit of things here. Let me show you what we're doing. We've got a small little forest scene. There's a little cabin. We got berries spawning on these little bushes. So your bear is gonna come out very slowly. This bear moves slowly. It's a little cozy game about gathering things in front of your house. So right now we got berries spawning on bushes, so you can send your bear out. He'll kind of lumber his way over, and he can pick berries off of bushes. Right now we're working on getting apples to fall from our tree. We're going to add a little creek here in the bottom right corner that just kind of goes by, and there will be little fishes you can grab that go by too. So we'll have a little stamina bar over our bear's head, and he'll kind of walk around, and you can get him to pick up different things to refill his stamina bar. And when his stamina hits 0, yeah, that was him picking. He'll just wander back home to refill. We got a lot of work left to do. The only finished pieces are really the bear, the berry bushes, and the apple tree, as well as the different pickables. But yeah, we're working on this. How was your stream? How's your dev going? But yeah, we got a lot of work left to do. This is 72 hours, all content from scratch. But we're getting there. We're getting there. I think we'll make it. Maybe not with a lot of sleep left over. Oh, I was supposed to watch when he did the turn. I don't think he actually is glitching in front of the window. I think I was glitching. But yeah, we'll just keep spawning berries until we run out of berries to spawn here. Good luck. Thanks. You're working on a new puzzle game. Ooh, some great progress today on how the goals work and communicate. You gotta head out? No worries. Thank you. Thank you for bringing in the Raiders. Welcome in. Raiders, normally we're working on Digital Iliad, an FTL-like, made in Godot. But yeah, we're taking a break from that to try to make a game in 72 hours. I try to do a couple of jams a year. We did Ludum Dare 57? 8? 7? Whichever the April Ludum Dare was, and we didn't finish. So we're trying, we have to finish, but I'm feeling confident. I think Bernard will be ready come 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. So yeah, we're gonna get our apples to spawn out of our little apple tree right now. That's what we're trying to set up here. I don't think I really need to do anything with these apples though. I might need to change their... I might or might not need to change their position. Yeah, I probably should. I probably should add a little offset here. Like that. Or maybe like that. All right, apple tree. What we do need is we need an apple. Need an apple node. Oh, that's just a sprite 2D. We'll just say apple. Apple scene. Actually, what we should do is, do we say packed scene? Packed scene. Do we have to preload this? I don't even remember how this works. Gotta remember how scene loading works. Use load instead of preload if the path isn't known at compile time. So we can preload. And then we can instantiate. So this should be a node. So our apple here. So we're not going to make it an export variable, I don't think. Instead, we'll make it an onReady variable. Oh, did we say packed scene? There we go. We might call this apple scene. I honestly think we're just going to duplicate. Whenever we try to spawn an apple, I think we're just going to duplicate drop spots. I'm going to say variable array, or we can say candidates. An array vector 2i equals drop spots dot duplicate. Deep, cool, false. Yeah, we don't need to do deep. And then we're going to say while candidates dot size greater than, or is Yeah, it's greater than 0. Just use the code from this. I equals array dot. Well, we don't need to do I. We can say variable coords equals candidates dot pop at rand I candidates dot size -1. And then here we can say apple count. So we can't do bush sprite. So what we need to do here, so we can't check the frame. So what we need to do is we need to say pick grid. Or actually, yeah. So we can say pick grid dot get. Hold on. Pick grid. You're a tile map layer. So what we want to do is we want to get your cell atlas coords for this coordinate, right? Exactly. So we can say pick grid dot get cell atlas coords. So it's your coords dot y. So we have a little thing here that helps us with this. So this is the tile map that we use for pickable spots. So they start blank and then they keep track of how many things have been spawned in at a given location. So we can look and we can ask, this tile set will be invisible, or this tile map will be invisible during the game, but it's still kind of nice. I kind of like this pattern. I use this pattern for pathfinding, but I kind of like it for this too. I just like tile map layer. I like doing everything in tile map space. So we can just ask what our y coordinate is. As long as it's less than 3, we're good. So we can say if apple count is less than 3, then what we'll do, we say pick grid, we say set cell, we say coords. We say apple count plus 1. Except we don't say 1. In fact, we shouldn't say 1 there either. We should say pick grid dot type dot apple. Make this a little smaller. All right, 18 hours. Got this. 18 hours, easy. We're already done about 5 or 6. This is definitely a no sleep till Brooklyn situation. All right, this should work. This should work the way. Well, hold on. So we can set. Well, let's just turn let's turn this on. Let's turn the pick grid on, and then let's watch to see if we actually spawn things. And then we can work on the animation of like the apple actually falling out of the tree, right? And in fact, we actually don't want to do the set part until the apple finishes falling from the tree. So we don't want the apple to be pickable until it's fallen. I guess I don't really care. There's some parts that could be awkward where if you like click to get him to walk somewhere, he might, yeah, I don't know. We'll see if we can do it correctly. So let's see what we got. We're not doing anything. We didn't spawn anything. Unfortunate. All right, let's see what's going on here. Did I not hook up this signal? I did. All right, let's see where we're... Oh my god, Covino. Okay, we're trying to spawn an apple. Yeehaw. How's it going? How's your jam? We're working on our little cozy game about a bear gathering berries in his yard. We're debugging our apple spawner. How's it going? Oh, Adagon, long time. You just finished? Posted? Hell yes. I'm taking the whole 18 hours. Because we are not there yet. Right now we got a bear. We got a sweet little bear. Let me turn this thing off. We got our cute little bear, Bernard. And we're working on our 3 kinds of pickables. Getting them spawned in. Berries, apples, and fish. But we don't have any we don't have any background art yet, so it's really just the empty scene here. We got the berries going. So the berry bushes will just spawn berries. Hey, Inferno Dust. Yeah, this is it. CSLR doesn't game. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. The only things that are done are Bernard and the berry bush. Yeah, there's a weird little glitch when he turns. I don't know. It feels like he glitches in front of the window for a second. I think it is. I think the Y sorting point is like here, so I think there's just a weird little thing there. You have things to do? No worries. Thank you. Thank you, CSLR. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This is all solo from scratch. I want to get the rest of the gameplay loop done ASAP, and then I'm happy to continue working on art. So yeah, he bends over, picks something up. When he runs out of stamina, he goes home. So it's going to be kind of a little game of trying to see how much you can get him to pick up before he runs out of stamina. Because when he picks up stuff, he'll regain stamina. He'll eat the little berries and the fish and stuff. So just a little cozy game about directing your bear around his yard. If I had time, I would love it for like Stardew Valley style, like refuse to show up. So you could like pick up sticks and stuff and use stamina to clean up your yard. But that's too much of a, I think that's a bridge too far. But yeah, we're working, the berries work. We're working on getting the apples to fall from the tree and land on the ground. And then we're going to get some fish swimming across the corner here. And then I got to redraw the cabin, and I got to draw a nice piece of background art for all of this to happen on. But we're getting there. We're getting there. If you need art, I can try. No, I got this. This is I'm ODA. I'm doing one dev army style, so I'm doing all of this myself. Got a drag up dinner? No worries. Thank you for the alert, Covino. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. If you're also jamming, you got this. We got a whole 18 hours left. Not that you should use it all. No, I appreciate the offer, Inferno Dust. I'm clearly not amazing at drawing. This tree was a struggle, and I eventually gave up on shading it. I did the bushes, and the bushes were all right, and they kind of... I was kind of feeling myself after I did these bushes. I should not have gone for this setting because I have never drawn nature. I've never drawn nature before. Natural things. I always draw machines and stuff like that. So this has been an interesting challenge. All right, so we are trying to spawn the apple, but for some reason... So while candidates.size is greater than 0, sure. We can say print. So coords is candidates.pop at randi range 0 to candidates.size. Nice. Let's start with this. Let's start just printing out the coords that we try. Apple count. Pick grid.getCell atlas coords coords.y. You look great, thanks. Thanks, Time Novel. Inferno, you want to know what the jam is about? Your beginner. Oh yeah, there's not a lot of time left. It's finished in 18 hours. The theme is gathering. So a lot of people are making a game about gathering different stuff. And some people are interpreting it to mean, you know, a gathering, like a gathering of people. I took it to mean, you know, collecting berries in your yard as a bear. All right, so it looks like the size of candidates, the candidates array is always 0. That would explain why we're not spawning an apple. Hide the berry bushes for a second here. Print. Candidates. Size. You have a good idea about that? Yeah, no, you got this. Size 0. Okay, so that duplicate didn't do anything. So let's print drop spots dot size. Are we not initializing the drop spots array? Ah. How is that possible? Is our ready function running before this? I thought when you initiate let me try this. Print. What is this? Apples. Print. Paths. Print. Picks. So I anticipate this happens in the order of picks, then paths, then apples. Let's see if that's true. Apples, paths, picks. Okay, so it happens in literally the opposite order. Huh. That's fine. I can work with that. Just switch the order of these things. I thought it went from toe to head. Like the way the... I don't know how scene tree works, honestly. All right, well, this should work then. We should see an apple show up here. There it is. All right, we dropped an apple. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the apple fall from the tree and then roll slightly in one direction or the other. So it'll fall down and then roll. There's another apple. We dropped another apple. And we're spawning berries. I like this little debug view. We generally spawn about twice as many apples as, or twice as many berries as apples, and I think that's correct. I think the apples should be worth a lot more. The highest value ones should be the fish because they're going to be the hardest ones to get because they're going to move. They're going to be like a moving target. That's going to be tricky. But it'll use some of the same activation code as the apples. So how are we going to do this? Ooh, we got 2 apples in one spot. Why does it keep saying 21? Oh, that's the size of the candidates. I see. All right, so the way this works, so what we can do is we can grab this point, get it in world coordinates, and then subtract some amount from it. So let's try to figure out what the amount should be as far as the offset. So it can generally be... So in the worst case scenario, it's from here to here. We're going to need to put the apples on a higher z-index than the tree trunk. Maybe what we just do... Or we have them on a higher... We have them on a higher z-index until they finish falling, and then we return it to a regular one. So otherwise, it's not going to work. So we do that. So we start the apple off at y-index equals 1. Or z-index equals 1. So I think the locomotion is going to need to be on the apple. So what it should do is it should try to... We need to make sure we don't actually end up on the wrong... Actually, I guess it's fine if we end up on the wrong one, huh? Actually, so we could just spawn an apple at a random position. Well, at a certain... We could sample from the correct positions. But we could... It would be okay if the apple falls and then rolls onto a different spot to an extent. Maybe getting a little too clever with this, but we're going to do it. It's going to happen. Actually, what we should do... We should not have the apple control this. We should just set up a tween, maybe? Or we could use the animation player. Tween or animation player? Probably animation player, but let's see. might limit the apple to just spawn 2. Or maybe even just 1. Maybe we just only allow for 1 apple to spawn on a spot, because I would like to be very safe with how we do this. Yeah, let's do it like that. So we're gonna tell the apple tree that the apple count has to be 0. And then here we can just hard code it to 1. Get rid of all these prints. So now it should only ever try to spawn 1 apple per tile. I mean, we can't test this realistically, but... So what we're going to do is it's going to fall, and then it's not going to either roll... Well, and then it has a chance to either roll left or right. Which is why I want it to just be 1. Because I don't want to have to mess with this at all. So we'll have it tween down. When the tween is finished... That's... Oh, lordy. Hold on a second. Didn't I say that your z-index should be 1? Why are you spawning under the tree trunk? Oh, because you're in this order. Canopy should be 2. What is the tree trunk? It's just 0. Are you not set to... Oh, hold on. Oh, I'm an idiot. We're not actually spawning the apples, so it's not going to Y-sort correctly. That was just the path grid. That was the tile map variant. So yeah, we're going to use tweens. And the tween just lets us go in between the 2 values, so we can say... We can even do a callback. So this one turns it red, changes its scale, and then... So yeah, we can add a callback at the end. And that can be like... registered apple or something. Add apple. Mark apple. I don't know. Acknowledge the existence of the apple. Or maybe set apple or apple pickable or something like that. My tea is going cold. All right, back to water. Hope y'all are having a good jam, or just a good Sunday in general. Thanks for hanging out. So we're saying get tree, create tween. And then we'll tween some things. We'll tween its transform position. So we'll spawn it at a particular point. I have to decide what that point is. So these tiles are 16 pixels tall. So it's 16 pixel between tiles. So this tile is invisible. So that's 16, 32. $16, 32, 64, 96. So that's the worst case scenario. We need to travel at least 96. I might just do a 128 just for safety. So while the apple is falling... Well, hold on. It can't... ugh. Maybe the apple... Maybe the apples don't stay as children of the apple tree. Oh, it's easier if they do, though. Whatever. We'll sort out the Y sorting issues. I'm not terribly concerned about the Y sorting issues. About making sure the apple is in front of the things it should be in front of and behind the things it should be in front of. Because there's a situation where the bear could be standing right here and the apple starts falling and the apple appears in front of the bear and then like glitches behind the bear, but whatever. We can figure that out when we get there. So we're going to get the local position that's the target. We're going to subtract 128 from it. All right, here we go, here we go. So when we drop an apple, we need to say variable apple equals apple scene dot instantiate. Where do you spawn when you do that? You spawn in like the upper left corner or whatever, right? That's okay. You can just make sure the house, well, whatever. As sprite 2D. Let's just try setting the position first. We'll say apple dot global position equals pick grid dot map to local coords. Let's just start with that. See if we get that. Turn this off so I can actually see it happening. Turn the berry bushes back on. If we did this right, an apple will just appear here. I don't think we did it right though. Let's look at the remote scene tree. Apple tree. Oh, we need to spawn it somewhere. We need to give it a point in the scene tree to spawn into, I think. Instantiate. Do I need to say get tree.instantiate? Scene tree. Or it's packed scene. Oh, I have to add it to the tree. I have to add it to the tree. Ooh, which means I could add it. I don't need to add it into the apple tree. I could remove that. And I could actually put apple tree here. I could put an apple, or I can put a node 2D, which holds all the apples. Well, I'll see where I want this to be. Hey, Ruteski, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a fine Sunday here. Yeah, so we need to add, so I can set your position and then add you to the tree. Get tree dot add. How do I add something to the tree? I used regular old Godot so rarely. Add. Oop. Add node something. Godot. Add node to scene tree. How the F do we do? Here we go. Creating nodes. Add child. So I would want to... So here. We should be able to have the apples in as part of the apple tree. Well, I don't really want it to be part of the apple tree. What we can do here is we can have a... Because once the apple has fallen from the tree, it's not really part of the tree anymore. But what we do need is a export variable here. We can say apple. What we should... You can say apple parent. Just need to be a node 2D. And then what we can do is we can add the apples there. Here we can say apple parent dot add child apple. What are the other things? Nah, whatever. Let's see. Let's see if this gets us an apple on the ground. Yeah, we did it. Apple on the ground. I threw it on the ground. Let's get a second one. Give me another apple. So before we get a fourth berry, we should get a second apple, right? Okay, before we get a fifth berry, we should get a second apple, right? Where are my apples? $144. Okay, we have them. Where are they? Where are they? Why are two of these invisible? No apples, only berries. Why are two of these specifically invisible? Here, let me try to 144 by 8. Where are you? Oh, you're off screen. The heck? Oh, I understand. I understand. I understand. Where's apples? I can fix this. We don't actually want global position. Or we could just do this. Crash? Oh. Or it should be plus. Actually, there's another way I want to try to do this. Can I just say position? I might need to wait till after I've added it. Hey, did that work? That's a valid spot to spawn an apple is the thing, I think. Yeah, it is. It matches. Well, we're doing it, and they're in the right spot. All right, we're dropping apples. Well, apples are appearing. They're huge. Look at the size of these things. All right, I think I want to change the little apple offset. I don't think I want the apple offset. Okay, will we get a second apple before the fourth berry? Or around the time of the fourth berry? Okay, before the fourth berry. It's somewhat randomized. When Bernard wakes up, I'm going to have him just walk to the window and stand there until you click something. All right, so now here's the thing. So we want to say map to local coordinates position, and we want to say minus vector 2i, vector 2 dot down times, or we want to say up times 128. And so we spawn that, and now what we want to do is we want to say variable tween equals get tree dot create tween. I want to say tween dot tween property apple property position final value. Well, here we can say variable pause equals call this drop pause. The drop position is this. Say drop position. Bad cop, wrong. All right, thanks, bad cop. Position. Oh, with quotes. Thank you, bad cop. Part of my brain was like, bad cop just swung in here and just immediately wrote wrong just to mess with me. All right, how long do we want it to get there? I guess we need to decide how long this takes. Let's say like 3 seconds to start. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have a callback. Which will be like set, make apple pickable. Set apple pickable. Set apple as pickable. I don't know. Make apple pickable. Why do we insist on like whatever? Set apple pickability. That implies that you could set it to negative, so we're gonna say set apple to pickable. Do I need to pass anything in? I probably do. Towards vector 2i. And then at the all we really need to do is this. Tween dot wrong cop. Yeah. No. Always bad. Never rarely wrong. Rarely wrong cop. I never questioned the feasibility of what bad cop's trying to do, just the morality of it, you know? Oh, this is a callable, so I can just pass in the function. Again, I am like such a GD script newbie. I use GD script twice a year. Only on Sundays. Why would you say a thing if you didn't know it was right? Because you're bad cop. I think you would say a thing because you knew it was wrong. Or at least that it was bad. You're not charlatan cop. Or dilettante cop. All right. Tween callback, set apple to pickable. Pass in coords, I think is how that works. How do I pass something in here? Do I just like this? This requires a I don't know how callbacks work. Callback shoot. I can say dot something maybe. Callable. Oh, dot bind, right. I could say dot bind coords. All right, so theoretically, this spawns an apple, spawns it under the tree, theoretically, and then it will fall down out of the tree onto the ground and then become pickable. Let's see if that happens. Capricorn cop. Oh. Well, that almost worked. Am I measuring this distance wrong? Oh, this distance is 16, so this doesn't need to be 128, it can be 64. Oh, wait, I thought up was -1. Vector 2 chords the... Oh, drop position is this. And then this position is drop position. Oh, this can be plus. That's why. All right, let's try that again. Summon from the earth. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how trees work. Oh. That drop timing wasn't that bad. I think that was okay. I kind of want it to be a little arcadey and like slow. All right, give me another one. I probably should have reduced the spawn timing for testing purposes. Oh. Yeah, I like that. That's cartoony. Okay, now the last step is to get it to roll. So we're gonna have it drop, roll onto its side. I honestly couldn't. Most of the time, I'd say I don't know what gravity is. I know it's a constant, but you know. I'm not a math nerd, okay? Gravity was invented by Jonathan Gravity in 1924. That sounds right. That checks out. All right, so we're going to tween this property. And then what we're going to do is we're going to tween this property again, because that's how we do here. I know I could just apply... I could probably calculate the horizontal prop... Well, no, we want it to do this and then go sideways. Property. No, I'm not a nerd's nerd. So final value. So what we need to do is, so drop position, and then what we could do is we could define roll position. Like our roll position. Let's pre-calculate it. Roll position. Title Cade, thank you for the follow. Happy Sunday. You have some great music for game deving there. Yes, I do. Thank you. Kind of listening to a chill guitar, little radio. You miss the old days before gravity, Sarisha. That's very Cosma Comics of you. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna like set a random. How far do we want to roll for one thing? So the midpoint is 8 pixels. So maybe we want to roll up to 8. Well, for one thing, I don't always want to roll. I just want to roll like half the time. So we'll just say roll position is drop position. Now what we'll do is we'll say if rand f is greater than 0.5. Rand f is greater than half. Well, we'll say if it's greater than... whatever. We'll say half. We'll do it again. Well, here, let's say variable roll dist. Roll dist should probably be a constant. It's going to be 8. Constant variable. Yep, that's me. So we'll say if rand f greater than 0.5. Here, we don't need to do an if. We're going to assign roll position either way. Roll position equals... we can say plus equal, maybe? No, we'll say equal. Roll position plus vector 2 dot right times if rand f greater than 0.5, else -1. Times roll dist. Am I allowed to plus equal these? So we're going to add some amount. We're going to move one way, otherwise... oh, I actually need to know which way... well, what we can do here is we can say... I actually do need to know. We're going to say variable roll dir. Float equals 1 if... let's do this. So that's going to be roll position, and then what we need to do... then we'll swap the frame after we do this. We'll say roll position. I don't know. Do that part a little slow. Say 1.5. And then we say tween dot tween property apple. I'm going to say frame. We're going to say its final frame should be... I totally know how I set up my stupid apple. I totally remember how this apple works. So it's... if it's positive, it's frame 1. If it's negative, it's frame 3. Great. I have an upside down one. I don't know if we're going to use this. I'd have to roll multiple times. Actually, that could be kind of fun. So it could roll through this and then roll to the next one. Let's do this first, and then we'll decide if I like that. It would be kind of fun if it rolls like most of the time, and then usually it just rolls onto its side, and sometimes it rolls all the way onto I think that'd be kind of fun. Frame. I'll say 1 if roll dir is greater than 0, else 3. And I'll say, shouldn't this be like instantaneous? Is this allowed? Roll dir. Oh, oops. Variable roll dir equals 0. Well, hold on. Oh, we need to say if roll dir is not equal to 0. Project Unfarmed, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a fine Sunday here. What's going on here? Probably should be... Why isn't this happy? Oh, because I've already defined this variable. So if roll dir is not 0, well then that's when we're going to do this part too. Do this, then that. Curious to see what happens here. Let me reduce the apple spawn timing so we can actually see this. See a bunch of apples. We're just going to shake this tree. He says, as literally nothing happens because I didn't play the right scene. Oh no, I did play the right scene. Nothing happened. Concerning. Oh, because the first one is 2.5 seconds. Oh. Oh, we need these last two to run in parallel. Also, 8 is too far. So I think I'm going to make it 2. I think roll dist is going to be 2. And then we might roll twice. There's a way to do this in parallel. How does one do that? I know I should probably apply some easing here, but whatever. That's a stretch goal in my mind. So there's set parallel. The tweeners after this method will be running. So I need to set parallel, and then I need to set it... I need to potentially set it back to not be parallel. What's... Oh, set parallel has a bool. Great. So we can say tween.set parallel. It's true by default. And then outside here, we're going to say tween. Well, we could actually just do that at the base here. Tween.set parallel false. All right, let's see if this occurs. See what we got here. So the first apple is going to take a second. What in the absolute... I did something like I'm tweening position or something again. Roll position. Oh, hold on a second. Roll position plus equal vector times roll direction. To roll distance. So hold on. The tweeners appended after this will run simultaneously. Simultaneously with what? No, I don't want this like this. Oh, so the one right before will be part of the parallel step? What about the ones before that? What is this? Should I be using separate tweeners for this? Would that be like the thing? I don't know. Let's see if we can do this without that. So I would move this here, maybe? Maybe? Let's see what we get. So fall. Didn't do anything. Fall. Roll? Why did you roll all the way upside down? You shouldn't be allowed to do that. Why did you roll through? Oh, it's going through the frames. You know, I'm gonna not do this in parallel, and I think it'll look okay. Because it's happening quick enough that I think it'll be okay. So yeah, I don't actually want to tween this. I actually just want to set the property. Like, I don't want to go from whatever the current value is to this. I just want to... Let me see if I set the duration to 0. If it just does it instantly. Yeah, I want to just instantly get set to the final property here. Let's see what it looks like. The 1 to 3 thing might be a problem. I might actually need to just move the frames around. We're ending up at the wrong frame for one thing. Oh, I used the wrong frame. 1 if 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 2, else 2. Dave. Maybe I need to, like, do that a little differently. Well, for one thing, the little roll thing needs to happen much quicker. And I want to roll most of the time. So let's have this happen quicker. I think this should be 1. It's just like a little effect. It's not supposed to be this big thing. And if anything, I shouldn't be spending time on this. But it'll be nice if we can get it. Okay, I think I can do this in parallel, is what I should do. We should move and roll over at the same time. Yeah, that's better. Oh, I absolutely should not be dropping more than 1. Oh, well, that's fine. Right now we're dropping apples in the same spot because it doesn't know there's an apple yet there. Okay, well, I don't like that. Okay, so that needs to not happen in parallel. I might also make this movement take less time. I think we pretty much did it. I'm getting bogged down in little aesthetic fun things, which I will come back to later. I think the movement they shouldn't do. I think the movement is the problem. I think it would be funnier if they just rolled. I think the movement is what's making this awkward. We're just going to do that. Let's watch the apples fall. Yeah, that's way better. The movement was messing it all up. It's such a slow fall. We could probably have it fall faster. Let's make it 50% faster. All right, that's better. It's still slow enough where it's like kind of fun and stupid. I haven't had any Y sorting issues, which is kind of remarkable. He's going to try to get this apple. He's not going to be able to do it because I haven't taught him how. Oh, well, there's a Z index or a Y sorting issue for you. Let's try to fix this. Yeah, there's the issue right there. I feel like what I need to do is I need to set its... Somehow I need to Y sort off of the position it's going to land at. Which I don't know how to do. That's as many apples as we can get out at once. I think that's fine. I'm gonna agonize about that later. For now, we're just gonna increment the Z index and not worry about it. Turn this back up. All right, but that works. It works. So fishies. Fishies next. So there's a little creek that runs along here. Why can't I see the path grid here? Or the pick grid there? That's weird. Oh, there it is. So they'll just swim down this little thing. I'm just going to have them swim in a line, and then if I have time later, I will like maybe add an offset, maybe, and then give them like maybe varying speeds, but let's at least just get them swimming one by one down this little creek. I might get them swimming along the other side, which you can't reach. Although maybe you could just walk into the water. I'm not doing that. That would involve him being able to partially pass through a material. Not doing. No water shaders for this guy. I probably will make most of this a creek, though. Maybe a little far bank at the tip here. All right, so how are we going to do this? What I do need to do is I need to make a scene. Can it just be a sprite 2D? I think it can. He says not making a sprite 2D. Change type. Sprite 2D. This is going to be our fish. Save this fish scene. Get our little fishy guy in here. Our horrible, ugly little dude. A weird little stubby catfish. And what we've got here is we've got our creek. I don't know why this is a sprite. Should just be a node 2D. We'll add a creek. GD. We'll add a fishes holder node here. Fishes. Oh, I don't know why I always think that's where you name it. Noid node. Node 2D. Fishes. So you're only going to have a single spawn point, which is funny that it's going to be called a spawn point, because I feel like the word spawn is almost only ever used to describe fish here in, you know, the natural world here. Spawn. Variable spawn point. Well, spawn. Yeah, we'll call it I don't like using the word point because point means something else for us, but spawn tile, I don't know. Call it a spawn tile. Vector 2i. Actually, do I care? Yeah, I do care. Vector 2i. So where's the fish gonna spawn? They're all gonna spawn here. Where is here? Show me where it is. 5 minus 5. And then their final spot is going to be here, 5, 8. Oh man, are the fish going to have like logic? I think the fish might have logic. Unfortunate. Moving the fish along the tile is going to be interesting. Because we have to continue to register. Actually, they're just going to pathfind just like Bernard, I think. We're just going to spawn a fish, have them pathfind to the end here. I guess they need their own... Well, no, what we'll do is we'll have them every locomotion step map, figure out what tile map relates to their current position. And they'll just update the pickables. So they're not going to pathfind. They're just going to go in a straight line and they'll just update the pickables thing so that, you know, we can say there's a fish here, you know, there's a fish here. I would like to add some offset so that we can have more than one fish on a tile, theoretically. Might be fun for people to just stand there and kind of wait for fish to come down the river. Try to pick them. We're getting there. We got 2/3 of the pickables spawning in. It took longer than it should have, but you know, I'm not very quick at this sort of thing. I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I'll be right back in just a minute here, and we'll get these fish spawning in. Thanks for hanging out. All right, we're back. Hey there, 11000715. That's quite a name you got there. How's it going? Is that my green screen? Yeah, it is. It's incredible that I'm still streaming without lights and like it looks fine. Crazy. It's getting pretty dark in here. Low light mode. MX Brio. Good camera, I guess. All right, fishes. So we're going to get the fish spawning in. The creek needs a timer. Oh, excuse me. Add a timer. Call this the fish timer. You're new to the indie dev community. You wanted to ask if I knew a Discord or some sort of communication platform for you to join. Check out Solo Development. Solo Development is good. They also have a Reddit, a very popular Reddit. This sounds like a bot chat. But we're gracious, if nothing else. I think we can just hard code. So, is the fish gonna just push itself along? I guess we might as well have it be like that. not a bot. Okay, sorry. It happens a lot. And usually the first thing they ask is if you have a Discord. And then they can't understand the answer unless you pop it in the chat. There's a pattern. And then they usually try to sell me Twitch avatars. But yeah, no worries. My mistake. What kind of stuff are you thinking of for game dev? Got anything in mind? Like as far as an initial project or anything, or an engine you want to try out? All right, export variable. We'll call this destination tile. Okay, vector 2i. If I have them reach this tile, will they be invisible when they've done so? Yes. Good. Okay. Oops. So I think we have a potential issue here about reaching the end of this. Well, the player can't actually click off screen, so maybe it's not a problem. I mean, they shouldn't be able to click off screen. No, this should be fine. Never mind. Destination tile for the fish is going to be 5.8. Good number. All right, so when they reach that tile, they'll just despawn. So we'll say, so the creek needs, so we have a spawn tile. We also need an on-ready fish scene. We'd say SCN. Act scene equals preload. Fish. Fish. Where are you, fish? There you are. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Oh, that was a neck cracker. Neck cracker. My poor bones. And I've still got, what's it? It's almost 6. About 16 hours left. And that's good. 2 full work days. I think we can do this. I think it's gonna be hard, but I think we can do this. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. So the creek is going to do the same thing that the apple tree did, where it needs to know its drop spot. No, it doesn't need to know its drop spots. It does need to know the parent. So we can say... fish parent node 2D. So do you actually not have a ready function then? Maybe not. Okay. Okay. All right, fish timer. We'll say 5 seconds for the fish timer, maybe. I think the fish will be the rarest, which probably means we actually don't need a logic system for having multiple fish. I do kind of want to spawn the fish with different levels of speed, think that'd be fun. Do I need any help with your project? No, thank you. We are doing a solo project for Down to Jam. We got to make everything from scratch. It's part of the rules. Timeout. All right, so when we get to the timeout, we will do kind of the same stuff we're doing with the apple tree to an extent. So we don't need this candidate stuff. We don't any kind of spawning thing. We don't need it. Well, let's do the count just to make sure we're not accidentally doing something here. Wait, what happened to the creek on... Did I not? Oh my god, I just added that. Where did I add this to? Disconnect. I just added this to the pick grid somehow, of all things. Oopsies. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, you too. Take it easy. 1100075150. Thank you for the follow. All right. So fish timer. We're gonna hook this up to the right thing this time. I hook this up to the... I acknowledge that I should do this in like a scene. I should have like a creek scene, but I can't be bothered. I could also just call this fish spawner. We'll see. How do you mine for fish? Well, you got to set up like some kind of oil derrick first. Find yourself a nice ancient lake bed or something. All right, we'll say funk. Try to spawn fish. So we'll try to spawn a fish, and then we'll say fish timer start. We'll say 5 plus rand f times. Well, hold on. I want this to be slow. The other one is every 15 seconds, so we'll say 30 seconds. I don't know about the fish thing. Let's just do it like this. Plus times 15. We'll do it like this so that the chances of fishes colliding is very low, but we'll mess around. I'll tune the spawn timings later. I don't want to do that right now. Yeah, you gotta guard Derek. Alright, so when we try to spawn a fish, we'll do basically the same thing as we do for the apple tree. So we'll say fish count. Ports.y. We'll say if fish count is 0. We'll say the fish. It's the fish scene, not instantiate. Why are you upset about this? Oh. No. What? Oh, this shouldn't be indented. I don't love indentation-based logic. Oh, we need to get the coordinates. Oh, we know the coordinates. Coordinates are the spawn tile. I could cache the spawn point, but I don't care. Spawn position. Apple position equals spawn position. We don't actually need to do that. Well, let's keep the spawn position around because we might actually modify it. Fish. Position. Fish parent. Add child. Fish. I can't test this because it'll be drawn off screen. So what we're going to do, we're going to work on the fish. So the fish is going to have a physics process. Func. Physics process. Have an at onReady variable destination point equals pick grid dot map to local destination tile. Now all we'd have to do here is we can say position dot. Oh, we have to say global. Oh, F me. Oh no. This is fine. We can say position because you're based off of your child of the fishes, and the fishes are there. That should be fine. Say position dot move towards destination point at some kind of speed. Constant speed. Float equals, I don't know, 5. Speed times delta. The fuck, just move towards work. Bernard. Position equals position dot move to. I see. So we'll start with this, and then what we're going to need to do is we'll need to register our position. Let's see what happens here. Fishy. Do we have a fish? No, there's nothing in the fish's thing. Oh, I didn't set the fish timer to start by default. Auto start on. Pick grid. I'll leave it on. Crash. Cannot call method. Oh, I probably didn't set that up either. Fish parent. Fishes. Crash. On-ready destination point. Map to local and base null instance. What? What? How is that possible? I mean, well, whatever. Forget you then. Pick grid. Is that not what you're called? That is what you're called. Maybe we'll call map to local function. In null instance. You're literally other people are using this. So what's the big deal here? Not called map. It's map to local. I'm so confused. Let me see if I can understand why this is not working. Yeah, I'm literally using it right here. Pick grid dot map to local. What the heck is going on here? What's going on, guys? What, like, incredibly stupid thing am I misunderstanding here? Attempt to call function map to local in base null instance on a null instance. What? Unique name, pick grid. Other people are calling this by the unique name and having no problem. Percent pick grid not found relative to root, game, forest, fishes, fish. I'm accessing you by a unique name. What? How? What? What? Is there some reason why I can't access this thing from like a spawned object? What if I explicitly tell you where this is? I shouldn't have to do that because I'm accessing it via unique name. But what if I just happened to tell you where it was? Would you no longer be upset with me? Oh my god, it literally tells me that this is how I get it. You watch my remote tree here. Here you are. You're right there. All right, I don't know what's happening. Fish parent, add child, fish. Is it like attempting to grab this before it's been added to the tree? I think that's what's happening. How is that possible? Do I need to like add a thing that's like, wait a goddamn second? I have never run into anything like this. And this is not the kind of time for me to be indulging in something like this. Implicit ready and physics process. You can't find a unique name thing that definitely exists. No, it's been added to the tree because it's like relative to the root game forest fish is fish. We can't find this thing. I'm going to figure this out. And by figure it out, I'm going to ask the internet what the fuck is happening. Unable to access node by its unique name in node newly added to tree. Scene tree. Unique name node not found. Problem accessing in a node, raise a node's not error. I mean, I guess I can just say get node. I don't understand. It has something to do with scene scoping, or something, but like, we're all part of the same scene. Super weird. I bet the same thing would happen to the apples if I try to do that. Maybe I just pass it in or something? I don't know. Pick grid, pick grid. I'm just gonna try to pass it in. Last name, fish. Let me see if I can pass it in from the creek, because I really don't care. Fish. Here, let me say this. Say fish dot pick grid equals unique name pick grid. That is such a weird thing. Please don't crash. Okay. Kind of worked. We spawned in the wrong spot. There's some weird scene tree thing happening here that I don't understand. Where are you in the remote tree? You're in the fishes. Fishes is there. I don't know why you got the wrong position, though. Maybe I should add it to the tree and then set its position. Let me create it. Let me see if that does the right thing. Southpaw decoy. Hey, maybe because the unique name is an instant scene. Maybe. I don't know. It's always in here. Also, our position is wrong. Is very weird and wonky. Pick grid position is spawn position. Spawn position is map to local spawn tile. Yeah, there's something weird going on here. But how's it going? Happy Sunday. This is not the kind of thing that I want to get stuck on. So the Apple, all the Apple stuff worked totally fine and is great. For some reason, the fishes are not behaving correctly. Like map to local coords, like this is perfect. This is working perfectly. Maybe I have the wrong tile. Pick grid. 5 minus 5. Maybe I plugged in the wrong coordinate. Creek spawn. Oh, you reset, you son of a bitch. I hate when export variables reset. It's not always obvious to me why that's happening. All right, here's our fish. Here he's going. Here he comes. Yeah, I think I'll have like I'll spawn in a few fish at variable speeds, and I will offset their starting point a little bit. And that way we can have a few. What I need to do here is have this update its pickable position as it moves down. I'm just going to watch. Actually, what I need to do is I need to tell this to kill itself at the end. Excuse me, queue free itself. We could say. So what I want to do is I want to say variable destination point vector 2. What's this? Yeah, I think I haven't run into that before because I normally don't just use the unique names and the implicit. I don't use those cached things like the $ and the percent unless I'm like setting something that I'm going to keep using later. I usually assign it to a variable anyway, but I'm not doing that here. Yeah, that was weird, but we got through it, so good us. We're going to say if position dot is equal approximately to destination point, we'll just queue free immediately. Well, actually what we should do is we need to, if that's true, what we need to do is we need to say pick grid dot set cell desk tile 0 vector 2i dot right times pick grid dot type dot fish 0. So we need to open up that cell. And otherwise what we need to do is we need to say we want to switch our pick grid as soon as we enter the next point, our pick, like the cell that we're in for the pickability. We don't want to do the thing we just did, whereas here we check to see if we've actually no. We don't need to do this. We don't want to get the destination point for this. Instead, what we want to do is we want to say current tile vector 2i equals pick grid dot local to map position. We want to ask if the current tile is equal to our destination tile. Then we can do all of this stuff. Actually, maybe we do want to do this part. Yeah, we are going to do that. We got our current tile and our destination point. But as we move through tiles, we generally want to free those tiles up as soon as we get there. So we're going to say if current tile, actually we can put current tile down here because we might not need it. So we'll check to see if we've reached our destination. If we have, we'll just delete ourselves. Otherwise, we will do this. So we'll say if current tile next tile, we'll say next tile. Or current tile, we'll say last tile. So we need to keep track of our last tile. Variable last tile, vector 2i. So if current tile is not equal to last tile, so if we've moved into a new tile, we will unset the last tile. Last tile. I guess I should do this in a way that allows for multiple fish to occupy the same tile. So if we moved into a new tile, we unset the previous tile. So we actually need to know what the, we just say variable last cell equals. Well, hold on. We can say variable atlas coords equals pick grid get atlas coords for last tile. So we're going to do this in a way where we actually... So we know that the last tile was at least 1. So we can just say... We can say last tile minus Vector 2i dot down. And here we'll say pick grid dot. Well, and then we'll get the atlas chord again. Chords equals pick grid. Do that again. Get atlas chords current tile. Say pick grid dot set cell current tile 0 current, or hold on, atlas chords minus, I'll say here atlas chords plus vector 2i dot down 0. Okay, so we're just updating the pickability tile map as we move through each segment, so that Bernard knows which tiles he can fish out of. So there might be some close misses or whatever, but I think it'll be mostly fine. And we'll say last tile equals current tile. And then we'll move along. Move along home. That probably won't work for a reason that will become apparent, but let's try it. Is there anything I need to set? I need to set last tile initially. We could hard code this, but I don't want to. I'm just going to tell the creek to pass it in. Say fish.last tile equals spawn tile. But we should also say current tile. Fish variable current tile. Oh, unless I just want the fish to do the thing. That's actually okay. We'll actually have the fish handle this part, which is good because we're not actually currently handling it here. All right, let's see what happens. What should happen is our little tile map should update as our fish swims along here, or we crash. Could not get atlas chords in tile map layer. Is it called something different? Get cell atlas chords. Oopsies. Can't wait to just switch to art mode. Art is hard, and I get frustrated, but... Oh! We set our little pickability. Oh! We're doing it! Oh! As we swim along, just keep swimming. I'm gonna watch the remote tree and make sure we clean ourselves up at the end. Yeah, it is so much easier to debug a Godot game now that it's just running in the editor like this. I love this so much. Just keep swimming. Wow, we're doing it. We almost have a game. All we're missing is the ability to pilot Bernard around. Watching... Oh, and it cleaned itself up. Can I pause and like move around my screen? I can. So I can switch... Can I switch my input to like... How do I do this? Disable game input, allow to select nodes and manipulate the 2D camera. Oh, there isn't a camera though. But can I do it anyway? No. Override the in-game camera. So can I move this around? No. New Joker, yeah. Okay, but I still can't see. Can I move this around? I mean, I trust that that we're cleaning up the pick grid correctly. Unpause it. Oh, oh that's funny. Oh, well, that moved quick. Okay, well now I don't know if I can get back. Something horrible happened. Okay, why does it just freak out? Okay, that seems unusable to me. I'm sure it's... I don't know why the camera is just weird. We can't move it when it's paused. Yeah, that is a little weird, isn't it? All right, I don't know what's happening to the camera when I'm clicking this, so I'm gonna not do that. I'm just gonna trust that stuff's happening correctly. That's fine. All right, well, as long as I have light, I'm gonna keep streaming, I think. Which, we don't have a lot of light left, but we got enough. Camera has gone home with Elvis. Yeah, exactly. How's it going, Joker? How are you doing this fine Sunday? All right, so we got our 3 potent potables. Our pick and pickables. Our potent pickables. We got them all spawning. I would like to set a random speed for the fish when they spawn in. So I could just have it that be an on-ready variable. We could call this speed mod. Float. And it can be... We'll have it be like... Rand F. Is there a Rand F range? There is. Love that. Is it inclusive? They all are, I think. Do I have any for loops in here you could see? You'd probably question me on. I do. Let's find some. They're mostly in initialization, but we've got a few. Like our apple tree. Our apple tree? Oh, that's a while loop. I've got a for loop in here somewhere. Oh no, we got one up here. So we've got like, this is a for each, but you want a for, so you want something like for index in range 0, 5, array, index, do stuff. Which one do you want? Do you want the for each or the for loop? Because it's the for loop is really just a for each where you do this index thing. Pickable spot isn't typed. Yeah, I'm starting to get lazy. I could do that. Pickable spot is a vector 2i. I do love to play the game Turn My Little Gray Numbers Green. That's a game I like to play, but I'm starting to feel the crunch. And also, I don't like accessing things by unique names like this because I can't specify that, like, dictionary. I think I can. Vector 2i. What is it? Type. Pick grid type. And I don't know. I usually go crazy with this. We're normally programming in C#, so I actually find all of this deeply uncomfortable. You've never used unique names? Yeah, I don't like it either, but it's a powerful tool that usually works, although it clearly broke for us when we tried to use it with an instantiated object. which is weird. I don't totally understand it, but it broke when we tried to access the unique name from an instantiated scene. So I think because that scene, the fish scene, doesn't know about the unique name, it's not scoped to ever... Weird. Weird how it works. I don't like it either. But it's weird. All right, so speed mod can just be like, I don't know, negative 2.5 to 2.5. You prefer GDScript, but you have the .NET version in case you need C# or something. You have new features or things GDScript can't do. You've been looking at C++ and Godot. I think that's the hot thing to be doing. If I was a C++ programmer, I'd be doing that. I have my main project is this isometric FTL-like, and I have a bunch of tech for it, like, and it's all written in C#, and it's so dumb because like I have an entity component system in C#, which I shouldn't have done. I wish I was better at like, I wish I could have made GD extensions for everything and done it proper. Docs in browser. Yeah, I do that sometimes too. There's more room. I honestly spend very little of my time in GDScript. I'm usually in Writer programming C# stuff. I kind of bust out this just when I'm jamming, and I like it. I like the flexibility of it when making a small game. But for my main project, I don't like doing everything this way. All right, let's see if our random speed thing works. We probably need to change the fish timer so that we can actually test this. All right, so once we're done with this... Oh, I need to randomly offset the fish too, or it's gonna look weird. So here's a slow little fishy. Can we get a fast fishy? We're not getting another fishy for some reason. That's concerning. I don't think it's cleaning up the spawn point. So last tile is spawn tile. That's so weird. It should be doing it. Really hard to debug things when you can't see them, huh? I guess we could move the spawn position for a second to somewhere we can actually see. Yeah, let's just pick a new points. Let's say 5 minus 3 and 5, 4. Then it'll spawn and we can see it, and it should delete itself and we can see it. Okay. Oh. It like straight deleted itself there. Who's doing that? Fish spawn, pawn position, add child, fish, last note. Get cell, coordinates. I don't understand how that could be happening unless I'm storing something somewhere. Get cell atlas chords last tile. Atlas chords minus. Oh, we're not incrementing this at the spawn point. We need to do this. Well, that's silly. Can I do this? Can I just set the atlas chords? I don't think so. You did say delete itself. Yeah, I did say that. I meant delete itself, not the not the grid, not the grid position. Atlas coords.y. Here we can just say atlas coords plus vector 2i dot down 0. All right, that should fix that. So when we spawn it in, it should increment the pickable thing. And then as we leave, it should decrement it again. Crash. Oh, gotta remove the .y. Okay, there we go. And then let's watch to make sure it cleans itself up correctly. Ooh, it spawned a second one. Is this one faster than the other one? Oh, it's spawning like constantly. Oh, that's good. I want to see them double up. Why are they the exact same speed? Oh no, they're a little different speeds. All right, I think I need to increase the speed range. All right, let's watch them clean themselves up. Okay, they're doing that at least. Are they doubling up? Any of them? No? Oh, they are for a second. All right, let's widen the difference. Why this speed differentiation? Oh, I'm not actually applying the speed mod. Much fast, I know. Actually, let's call this modded speed. And modded speed can be speed plus this. And then we'll just apply modded speed. Mod speed. That should be fine. Yeah, I'm like, they're like 50% faster or slower than each other in theory. I'm a little concerned about this because theoretically it would be possible to get more than 3 of them on a tile, but that's the way we're actually doing this, that's like not gonna happen. But it's working. Okay, what we do need to do is we need to offset their spawning a little bit. Looking at C++, you found out all signal being emitted send their arguments as variants. Oh, yeah. That's part of why I wrote my simulation layer in C#. I was like, I want to go back to a world of lightweight little structs, and I don't like variants. Variants are crazy. Normally it doesn't matter, but I feel like once you start building bigger projects, you start caring about stuff like that. All right, so what we do need to do is we need to start offsetting their position just slightly. I think I can offset them by at most. So I think I can either go at most 4 in any position, in any direction. Actually, it's probably should just do like 2. I think 2 should be fine. Spawn position is that. What we're going to do here is we're going to say spawn variable, spawn position, or we're going to say spawn position plus equals vector 2 rand f range. I would love a rand v. Rand f. Is there a vector 2 random? No. Actually, -2 to +2. That should be enough variety without messing anything up. All right, let's watch the fishies fly here. Okay, the random position is not much. I want to spawn them much further down here, so I want to add... I think I want to add visually significant variety here. I think I've got like 3 or 4 fishes here. But I want them to know their true position. So I'm going to have like a position offset. And it's going to use, when it picks its tile, it'll be position minus position offset. Same thing here. What we'll do is we'll call this like its grid position, variable grid position. We can call it reset position. And that'll be its position minus its position offset. So here we'll say is a reset position equal that. We'll say reset position. They say corrected position, but whatever. Reset position is fine. We know our local to map here. Just so that when it's doing this like pickability calculation thing, it's not worrying about it. And that way I can apply a wide visual variation without worrying about really anything else. And so what I'm actually going to do is I'm actually going to apply the same range. Here we go. So I'm going to say spawn position. Here we're going to say variable position offset is a float. We'll say offset mag. I don't know. Offset mag. It's going to be a float. And it's going to be rand f range. And it's going to be between 0 and 8, maybe. And what this is going to do is it's going to say spawn position plus, we can say vector2.1 times offset mag. And then I need to pass in their, what did I call this here? Position offset. Oh, let's call this position offset then. Or, no, offset mag is fine. And then we'll pass in fish.position offset equals vector2 offset mag, or we can do the same thing. We can say .1 times offset mag. All right, let's see if that works. Because I can make the creek too wide, but I want to retain the pickability tile to just be that one tile that's closest to Bernard. Yeah, there we go. So he can like reach over. Picking like the same offset. Okay, this seems to work. overlap squat. I know it's crazy. I should math this out and like try to make it so like make it impossible for so many, because we will break the game. Here, I should add a max. Because it would be impossible for Bernard to pick 3 fish before the fish leave. What I can do here is I can say, well, no. I just need to make it very unlikely that this occurs. We could add a max, but then we might, or I could just add a max and a min. So we can say, here, we can say this. We can say, we can say min. Or we can say max. We want to get the biggest of these two numbers. So we can do this and 0 and vector 2i dot 0. So this will never be less than 0. And then this one will be never more than 3. This is going to be, so X would always be hit grid dot type dot fish, and then the Y is limited to 3. All right, that should add safety so that in case we ever, all right, what I should do is I shouldn't allow them to ever get quite that, to have quite that high a speed differential. And then I should probably change this to be what we wanted anyway. So it's theoretically possible that we could have this many fish, but I also don't want you to just be able to camp the river. I mean, I guess I don't really care if you camp the river. There's gonna be a tuning phase later. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Crash. Why? Can I convert argument 1 from vector 2i to float? Oh, why did I say vector 2i? Oh no, that's correct. Max, Atlas. Does Max expect to float? Wait, what? What? Huh? What? Invalid type and utility function Max. This takes a variant. Can this not? Oh, vector. Use vector 2i dot max. Oops. Oopsies. What? Oh. So I do this. I do the calculation, and then I max it? So we take the max of this and this. That's it? Okay, that's a weird way to structure it, but I kind of like it. And we take this. We take the min of these two. Okay, that should work. What kind of stuff are you working on, Joker? Oh yeah, Bernard is like crazy slow, so I actually need to make these fish way slower. Oh, what happened here? What is this going on? Didn't clean itself up. It's probably an issue with the offset. I might get rid of this whole offset idea. I don't think it really matters. I thought it was cool. But it might be making it just so that we can't do this. So reset position is position minus the offset. Sure. Yeah, so this is never being true, becoming true. Oh, wait. No, this should work, but it doesn't. So do I try to make it work or do I just say forget it? Okay. You know, we don't need to be perfect. We don't need to be perfect about it here. Doesn't need to be perfect. Maybe position offset should be a vector 2i or something. Can you not subtract a vector 2i from a vector 2? Why is that not a thing you can do? That's why I have my own vector types. I mean, it's not why, but it's a good reason to have your own vector type. Yeah, I don't know if I care enough to implement this. Like, it's nice to have an offset, but if it's causing enough of an offset that it's desyncing, that it could theoretically desync, that's a problem. Like, it'll just never destroy itself because it's too far offset. Yeah, we're getting rid of this. It's not worth it. There's so few fish that it just shouldn't ever matter. Oh, wait. Position minus position off. Nope, that should have worked. Grid map to local destination tile. Yeah, that should have worked. And because it didn't, we're not going to do it. So I guess the gamble with the fish is that you're already close to one of the berry bushes, or you're like under the apple tree or something, and you see one of these fishes come out. So I need the fish to be like crazy slow. Or you see a fish coming and say you plant yourself here. Okay, he cleaned himself up that time. Yeah, so the fish can't be faster than Bernard most of the time. There can be a little bit of randomness, but not a lot. All right, well, I'm satisfied that that works. So let's switch the spawn timer stuff back. So it's 5 minus 5, or the spawn position stuff back. And this is 5, 8. And then I will watch, I'm going to watch the remote tree one more time just to make sure we're spawning and exiting correctly. And then I will drop the speed of the fish. So what's a reasonable speed for the fish? This is like too much. So we'll make the fish like half that speed. And your mod needs to be pretty low. So your speed, we'll say 2.5. Hi, Bart Lane. Quick check-in. Yeah, check it out. We've got berries growing on the bush. Let me make it big. We got apples falling from the apple tree. Don't worry about the apple behind it. It's because of it's this effect, or it's a debug tool. But look, here comes our little fishy. So we got all the stuff spawning in. Now I just need to hook up Bernard so that he can follow your commands and go around and pick stuff up. I know. So all of that stuff is good. The little grids just let us know what's pickable or not, which is why you see 2 apples. But yeah, the apples fall from the tree and roll over to one side. He's going to try to pick up this apple, but he doesn't know how. I sound very relaxed. I'm okay right now. I'll get stressed out later. I'm doing this in such a way where I'm trying to knock out all the programming while I've still got some sensibility. I think the apples, I think everything is spawning too quickly, but I think that's okay for testing purposes, and I think we'll dial everything back. He's just like you. Yeah, he doesn't know how to pick up the apple, so he just went home. So I've got to get it so you can tell Bernard to go around. So what he's going to do is I've added some additional states. So he's sleeping. Yeah, when he goes home, he goes to sleep until his stamina bar is full. And then he's going to wake up, walk to his window, and he'll just stand there and until you tell him to do something. Or he runs out of stamina and he just goes back to bed. And so you can tell him to walk around and pick up stuff. That's the next thing we need to do. A man of the people, yeah. I want to see this fish catch up to the other fish. Oh no, this fish passed that other fish. I missed my opportunity to see the double fish. Man, it would be nice to have a spawn offset. Oh, you know what I can do? Right now, this is just a node 2D. What I could do is I can add the sprite 2D as a child of the node 2D and add the spawn offset to the sprite 2D. And then we're not messing anything up. Okay, let's do that one thing, and then I think I'm happy. Because then we separate the little fish pack a little bit. That's a good idea. Other Dave. So we'll add a... This is going to break everything I have, though. It's fine. It's going to break the whole structure of this little guy. Actually, what I could do is I can say, make this a sprite 2D, and then just clone this, essentially. Which is easy. Not that there was much to break in this case, you know. And then I turn this into a node 2D. And then what I can do is when we spawn the little guy, we can say position is this, and what we can do is we can say say variable offset. You can say vector2 dot 1 times vector2 equals, actually we can do this equals vector2 dot 1 times rand f 0 through 8. Oh, rand f range. Or we can just say rand f times 8. Now what we can do is we can say fish dot get node sprite 2D. Can I say get child? I could just say get child, and then I can pass in just 0 because this is its only child. We can say position plus equals offset. Let's see how that works. Let's see how that looks. Crash. Script inherits from native. Oh, extends node 2D. Crash. An invalid assignment of property last tile with vector 2i on a base object of nil. Pourquoi? Did we lose the spawn tile for some reason? No. Base object of nil. What's happening with our fish? Oh, as sprite 2D. No 2D. Yeah, the music's pretty good. Now it's sleepy. This is more the vibe I was going for. Oh, I should have upped the spawn frequency so we could see it. Oh no, we got a nice offset. Okay, so now I'll have a nice visual offset, but you see that it's like, it still thinks it's in the core spot. So let's test that a few times. We'll say -3, and then we'll say 5. 5? All right, I need to move on, but I want to be done with this. 4, we'll say 5-4. And I'll up the spawn frequency so that we can test this quickly. When does this jam end again? 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Okay, so far not a significant difference in location. I think I might do a little more. I think I might up the variance a little bit here. It's not bad, but it could be a little better. Say times 16. You're grand then? You say that I have to do all of the sound, which is gonna at least be one song, and maybe sound effects. We might not actually be able to include sound effects. I'm trying to figure out how I can make bird sounds from my home without the ability to whistle. Whoa, what is happening with your Y sorting, dude? Oh, the Y sorting is a little messed up then. Oh, I just need to turn that on. That's okay. I need to tell this to Y sort its children. I know, I can't whistle. You didn't know that about me? I literally cannot whistle. Why is this so high? Oh, I need to do this in isometric space. I'm not doing that. So we need to do... We need to say variable offset mag equals rand f. So this is going to be offset me vector 2, me offset mag times 2. Audacity can generate simple chirps. Generate chirp. Yeah, that's probably on the fence as far as rule generated stuff. It's probably okay if I modify it. Because it's like you're supposed to be allowed to use like Photoshop generations and stuff like that. It's just waveforms. Yeah, I guess that one's probably okay. It's not AI in any way, it's just a random waveform. Okay, that's probably okay. Because yeah, you're supposed to, like, you can't not use a Photoshop tool or something like that, or like, generally I think the rule is if you ask it to, well, I don't know. We'll see what I come up with. I would like some little bird chirps. I'm just setting parameters on waveforms. Okay, that's probably in line. If I feel uncomfortable, I'll post it in the Discord and ask. Where's my fish? Okay, that's way too much. Okay, we're getting variety, but it's too much. It's way too much. Oh, but we're getting doubled up on here. That's good. Yeah, okay, something like this, but not this far because Bernard can't reach that far. So tone that down maybe by like at least half. I'm probably going to tone it down again. I think we're good on this, though. I'm going to try to get Bernard's locomotion stuff and their little state machine going. I'm starting to run out of light. So I might wrap up the stream in a little bit, but we'll see. Why is it... Why is random number generation so hard? I just want a little variety. I don't need a huge amount of variety here. Why is it I get no variety and then I get tons? Yeah, your Y sorting is also wrong. I guess it's okay. It's excusable because they're like in the water. This is reasonable. Okay, I think this is enough visual distance because you're never going to see them stacked up like this anyway. The apples fall very nicely. Thanks. Let me show it to you without the weird thing over it. So you can actually see the little roll before you gotta go. They fall and then they tilt on one side. Not every time, but like 80% of the time. All right, yeah, this is enough fish variation in terms of distance, I think. Plonk. Now we gotta teach Bernard how to pick this stuff up. I also need to make him a little stamina bar. There's so many people are going to try to get the fish, and Bernard is just not going to get there in time. Plonk and pick stamina, yeah. There's a weird thing there. Yeah, I feel pretty good. I really only have... I say only have a few art tasks, which is rebuild the cabin, create the background painting, which really doesn't need to be very much. The creek is probably going to be the most involved because that's going to have to be multi-layered. Like, it'll probably be a base layer of the water and then like little white rivulets that are above the fish, so it looks like the fish are kind of swimming through the water. I have one little extra trick I can do with the apple where it could actually roll upside down. But I think I am okay without that. I would like to see an apple roll to the left just so that I know it's actually possible. Oh, it's ad time. I'm sorry. did I just do? There we go. This initial fish. Oh no, he's swimming. They're all swimming. Okay. I don't know why this one's called fish. All right. You didn't miss much. I was just letting the simulation run. I'm gonna add a chance for when the apple rolls onto its side that it rolls upside down. I'm gonna add a rare chance for that to happen. And then I'll probably up the spawn time for a second so I can see them. And we can reduce the fish timing to something kind of normal. A little concerned I've written this in such a... There we go. So that apple rolled all the way upside down. I could do the same thing here where I had like a little offset. Actually, no, I don't need to do that, but it would be nice. I'll do that if I have time later. Just so they don't fall in like a perfect pattern. But I don't care that much. Poor guy tried to get his apple, gave up, went home. Okay. People are going to try to click on the fish, aren't they? They're not going to click on the tile. They're going to click on the fish. That's okay. I can set something up for that. So we add an area. Basically do the same thing that we did with the bush. We'll add a tiny little circle or rect. Maybe erect is nice. Now we just gotta hook this up. Make sure it's mouse pickable. Input event. What's it called here? Yeah, that's what it's called. Okay. Can take most of the logic from this. You need to add a signal. I don't know if constants or signals go first, but whatever. Oh, we don't want to emit the bush ID. We want to emit the last tile. Last tile that we were in. Oh my god. A raid? Hypnotic? Coming in with 42, the magic number. Quick, hide the code. How's it going, Hypnotic? CSLR, welcome back. Good to see you. Metadono, how's it going? The answer to everything. I don't know how you managed to type out the name of the emote without displaying it. Smooth in a second, but good try. How's the jam? It's going good. That guy Doro. Let me show you what we got going. We're making a little cute little cozy game about a bear who is just trying to, you know, live his little bear life. Don't mind the placeholder cabin. But he basically picks apples and berries, and he's got a little creek with fish. So I need to put in the background art and everything, but we're working on getting the inputs and the pickables. So the pickables are all in, which are little berries grow on his little berry bush. Apples fall from his apple tree. They're falling a little fast. I was testing the random distribution. Little fish swim down the creek that's not here yet. But yeah, he's a little bear. He emerges from his little cabin, and you can have him pick up stuff to regain his stamina. When he runs out of stamina, he's going to go back into his cabin and sleep to regain his stamina. But yeah, we're doing this for the 72-hour down to jam. It's cozy, but what's the catch? No catch, just cozy. This was going to be an idle game, like Ropika's Idle Island or something, but I don't have time to make any additional content. He doesn't know how to pick up apples yet, and I gotta sort out some Y sorting issues. I have some Y sorting issues to sort out. Who doesn't? You know, I might just add to the tween a property adjustment, and it just changes the Y sort of the apple when it hits the ground. I feel like that's the way to do this. But yeah, there he goes. Back to bed. He's just on a little test run. I need to hook up the inputs in the state machine for him. But I hope you had a good stream. That one's dope. Isopixels. Yeah, something's broken in my head. I can only make isometric games. I have zero interest in anything else. CSLR, you plan to submit to the jam? You started working on an idea. You got distracted with modeling for your main project. Understandable, understandable. All right. So, yeah, what do I want to do about this Y sorting issue? I think the answer is not think about it. I kind of want to set up the little apple offset that we're doing with the fish to get like kind of a more random distribution of the apples. I should be doing other things. That does sound like a good idea. Oh, I hope so. Sprite. Ignoring it becomes a problem is best, yeah. I mean, it's already a problem a little bit. But I can live with it at the moment. So we're going to turn you into a node 2D. And you, we will hook up with our Apple thing. I don't really need to do it this way, but I'm going to do it this way, so as to not mess up anything else. Animation 2x2. Actually, hold on a second. I don't need to do this. I'm being too complicated with this. All we need to do is add a slight offset to the apple tree. The game doesn't crash because of it. You're fine to ignore it. True. You must want to run away, get lunch and whatnot. No worries. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for dropping the lurk. We're starting to lose light. I'm going to see what happens when I do this. That is really bad. Are you going to adapt, camera? No? Let's see if it adapts for a second. That's not going to work. Yeah. Yeah, thank you all. Thank you, Raiders. Shout out Hypnotic. Who am I gonna raid? That's the question. Is there anyone even left? I'm gonna still go for a little while. Don't worry about it. I'm just asking the hypothetical question here. I feel like everyone's rotating out. I'm sure there's a few left, but you notice they don't. Yeah, I think most people take Sunday off. It's definitely a slow day for everyone. Viewers, streamers. All right, so all we're doing here is we're going to try to set a slight position offset on the apple. Say H offset. We'll just say offset. Vector 2. And F times 4. And F times 2. Oh, I guess we want it to potentially occasionally be negative, huh? Say variable H offset float equals oh, I guess we can just do random range, huh? Keep forgetting that's an option. I think negative 4, 4. Negative 2 to 2. Apple dot position is drop position. Well, let's add this to the drop position. We already know what apple we are. Coords. We're passing in the okay, we know what coords we're dropping into. That's good. We can say drop position plus equal offset. You also could just call it variety. You're heading out. I'm doing great. Thank you. Yeah, we're only halfway through. We're less than halfway through the amount of time I have remaining. So let's watch this fill up and just see what the distribution's like. It shouldn't be quite so hex. As long as it's not quite as hex-based, it looks good already. I mean, you're never going to see quite this many apples, but yeah, this is nice. This is nice. What does it look like compared to the pick grid? These are all pretty much falling well within the grid. I love this neat little pick grid that just shows you what tiles have fish and berries and fruits. Yeah, this is way more natural. It's like a slight offset, but it looks way better. All right, that's good. Man, if I had time, I would love to add a sitting animation so that if you leave him idle too long outside, he just plops down on his butt. I'd love to do that. I don't think I have time for that. We'll see. We'll see how much I like this game. If I like it enough to try to do some post-jam work on it. Oh man, this fish is gonna catch up. That's crazy. Are we actually gonna stack up for a double fish pick grid here? Looks like we might. Yeah, there we go. We got it. Double pick grid. And then there. Wow. Okay, glad we made that possible. Because it's happening. Alright, cool. All the spawnables are spawning. They're accessible to Bernard. Now we just need Bernard to be able to do anything with them. Why do I bother to stream with lights? We're doing just fine without lights. I have like 2 spotlights. They're off right now, but like my room is almost pitch black and I'm illuminated. I'm even using dark mode. Hope everyone's having a fine Sunday here. We're usually working on Digital Iliad, an isometric FTL-like in Godot, but we're taking a break to do Down to Jam, which has about 15 hours left. We're doing okay. We got a lot of artwork left. Is anyone still streaming right now? Don't tell me Covino started back up again. Oh, of course Slosky's still going. Slosky started before me, which is crazy. They're still going, and we're like 8 hours in. That's awesome. People are starting to post stuff, which is great. Love to see it. We started out trying to make a little idle game, like Ropika's Idle Island, about a frog who mows his lawn. I say mow. They like cut their grass and take naps. But I did realize, I knew how content heavy an idle game was. And so we've pivoted into doing just a cozy game. So that's what we're gonna do. Yeah. We'll probably go until I need to get dinner. Because I'm realizing I'm gonna get hungry at a certain point. But I'm not quite hungry yet. Probably because I had tea with a nice tea snack a little while ago. But if I'm going to make it through the next 15 hours, I'm definitely going to need food. All right, so we should probably start tackling the bear in the room here. Let me restore all the various timings that I've got here. Okay, so berries are right now spawning. Oh, did I finish hooking up this input event? I did not. Input event.emit, push ID. Oh, maybe I did. Input event. Oh, here's an interesting thing. So these fish, we actually need to connect to Bernard. How are we going to do that? We need to tell them where Bernard is. Variable. Bernard. I'm tempted to just have Bernard with an underscore. Bear_nard. Bernard. Are you a class name? I should give you a class name if you don't have one already. Your class should just be Bear, though. Class name Bear. So we need to pass Bernard in. So we can say fish Bernard equals Bernard. Rhiannon, you got to head out for the day. You're still here, Rhiannon Journey. Thank you so much. It's looking real good. Good luck on getting it all wrapped up. Yeah, we'll be playing games tomorrow. I may or may not take a nap after the submission window, but I've got nothing else going on Monday, so we are going to be playing jam games when I do go live. I don't know when that's going to be tomorrow, but it will happen, and we will play games. It'll be fun. We'll see what we end up with. But yeah, take it easy. Have a great night. I'll see you later. Thank you for sticking with me here. Really appreciate it. Makes a big difference. Kind of want to get out my gameplay programming patterns and double check that I understand how our state structure should work here. But luckily it's a web page, so I can just look at it in web page form. We kind of need an FSM, and I wasn't going to do a regular FSM because we weren't going to take player input, but we are taking player input now. And I guess all that means is that we take the input, we ask what state we're in, and we interpret the input based on that state. I think that's all that means. So who's going to take the input? Oh, no, you're just going to take... So you'll take handled input and unhandled input. So you'll get... So what we need to do is we need to connect these signals. I think I've already connected them statically. From here... No, I haven't. Where's your signal, Berry Bushes? Berry Bushes... Hey, Escamina. Good morning. Happy to be here. If Hypnotic got us here, you're... Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, Hypnotic took you here. We're making a little cozy game about a bear. It's part of a 72-hour jam, and we're on the home stretch here the last, 15 hours or so. We just finished getting all our spawnables in the game. So we've got berry bushes that spawn berries, an apple tree that drops apples. We've got fish that swim along this creek that I haven't drawn yet. But yeah, we got our boy Bernard coming out of his placeholder cabin here. So we got a lot of art left. Luckily, we really just need one big piece of environmental art and a cabin. So we need 2 big pieces of environmental art. 3 if you count the creek. But yeah, we got our little bear, and you're just gonna path him around, try to get fill up his energy bar. Maybe I should call it just an energy bar instead of calling it stamina. I think I'll call it energy. And yeah, when his energy is at 0, he just walks back to rest. And so it'll consume energy to have him do anything. So the trick is going to be trying to like path him around in such a way where he can build up enough energy to pick up all the stuff that's collecting in his yard. I kind of wanted to have refuse collect in the yard too. So you could like help him clean up his yard if you were able to get him enough energy. But I think that will be like a post-jam thing if we do that. If we do that at all. But yeah, thank you all for being here. I hope you're having a great night or morning indeed, if it is such for you. And as it is such, so also as such is it unto you. All right, so berry bushes is not emitting a signal, which it needs to do. So you have an input event signal, and you emit this. And I need to connect, so I need to connect on berry bush input event. Okay, so you have one of these here on berry bush input event. Right now we just print the target, which is fine. Oh, target int. Oh, okay. So then you also have an input event signal. I never know where signals are supposed to go here. I think I should call this handled input event. No, let's just call it input event. Well, I don't know if I want to do that. What is this called? Func? Is there a func input event? There's func input. There's func unhandled input. Okay, so input event is actually fine. That doesn't conflict with anything. And so you're going to have a target. Well, we'll just pass a tile. Should be a vector 2i. And so this needs to get hooked into Bernard. We're going to call this on input event. And so you have this input event down here. Oh, Bernard, your code is not great. It's mostly just test functions. Concerning. I'm reading the Discord and everyone's like talking about cutting features. Keep drinking water. Gotta remember that. Should probably try to record the soundtrack before it gets late enough that my neighbors are like, why is he playing Bare Necessities on like guitar or bass? Why is he playing it over and over again? All right, so we've got our on input event, which I'm pretty sure is not a built-in function by default. So I think we're okay. Don't forget eye drops. Thank you. Thank you, Bart Lane. I thought you had to go. I've actually been okay. That's probably because the dehumidifier got full and hasn't been running for most of the day. So it's nice and moist in here. Yeah, I would have expected myself to be more messed up by now, but I'm actually feeling fine. I think I paced myself really well over the weekend. I mean, I'm not going to be able to say the same thing at like noon tomorrow. I'm going to be not good. But right now I'm okay. Which is good. Because we got more than 12 hours of work left. All right, so on input event from the berry bushes, and we chain this signal. So what we need to do is we need to say input event, or we need to say input event dot emit, and we need to print bush coords target. I think we should just call this bush ID. Okay, so we'll just chain that event. Signaling up, sort of. Not really, but sort of. Okay. And then the same thing, so what we need to do differently is the fish can't just be statically linked, like not linked, but node connected, signal connected here. We need to actually have each fish that gets spawned connect. So we need to go to the fish code here. Can I just do it from here? Yeah, we can say fish dot connect. I never know how to do the connect part correctly for the way that I'm trying to do it. So let me see. Can I just say? Can I say fish? So fish has the input event signal, right? Yeah. So can I say fish dot input event dot connect? How do I do this? I would like to do it from the fish, but I'm having a hard time with touching. You know, maybe I should set all of these parameters, then do this. If I add the child last, can I then do the connect and the ready function for the fish? Func ready. Print Bernard. Just see if this works. See if we crash instead. Okay, that worked. So what I can do here then is say input event dot connect Bernard dot on input event. And then what we would do is we would or do I need to say Bernard dot input event on input event? Bernard dot connect. Here we go. So, hold on. I'm gonna look this up. I have no idea how the fuck this works. There's like 3 or 4 different ways to connect signals, and they all do it slightly differently. Okay, so we've got a player. So is hit the callable? Or is hit the signal? Button new, button down dot connect on button down. Okay. So the button connects its own signal to a callable. And then we have a player, which has a hit signal. We can use signal connect again. Okay, but this is not what I want to do. I want to connect signals across different things. I don't give a shit about connecting a signal within one node. That's like trivial. Please show me a more complicated example. I hate this so much. Oh, I could plug in a callable. So it could be someone else's callable. Right? So I could say callable Bernard and then Bernard signal. So I can say button.new, button.connect, button down. So our button down, we can connect our button down signal to a callable on someone else. Okay, that's how you do it. That's how you do it, I think. So we say input event dot connect. We can say callable, and we can say Bernard, and we can specify on input event. And how do I bind anything though? Do I need to? Do I need to do that? I don't know if I need to do that, but I think I do. Oh no, I can say callable and I can say bind. Although I don't want to bind anything here, do I? I could just say last tile. So when our input event signal, or no, I can say tile. No. Do I need to bind anything? Let's see what happens here. Because the input, this already contains a thing, and we already have rules about emitting it. So maybe this is sufficient? I doubt it. I have a strong feeling that it's not, but let's try it. It's never that easy. Oh, I also need to... The area needs to be a child of the sprite, because the sprite is moving around. That's the reason we attach this sprite area 2D here, is because our sprite is being moved. I probably want this to be bigger. This collision shape. Let's just make it a circle and let's make it bigger. Yeah, that's fine. let's see if this crashes. My guess is that it will, and it will complain about something. I might need to reconnect the signal. It might do literally nothing. I probably should have. Okay, that stopped. Oh no, that probably ended. I thought that stopped midair for a second. All right, well, I should probably have set up a debugger before I tried doing this. On input event, let's say print. Let's print tile. Let's just print tile. That seems good. Okay, so our sanity check will be we'll touch the bush. This should not be a vector 2. It should be a vector 2i. I don't remember making it that. But I probably did. Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay, so we know what bushes we're touching here. And then what about the fish? Oh, it's working. What if I keep pressing it? Okay, that just worked. Thanks, Signal, for not being terrible. Although, hold on. Are you going to be in a new... Okay. Let me just turn this on so I can actually see. And then the berries, we don't really need to do that because they're... Or the apples, we can bother... We can ignore this. Because the randomness is not big enough to move it into a new tile. Cool. Okay, so we know where our target is here. Even if I am clicking all the way over here. Sick. Okay, cool. That's all I wanted. All right, so now we get this fancy input event. So we have on input event. We also want to have on unhandled input event. Func on unhandled input. And we want an event. And what we want to know, we want to know the same thing that we ask here, which we want to know all about this. Gotta keep closing the docs. I guess let's print our own. Or let's print the... Oh, we need to figure out what tile it is. So let's say... where's the position of the event? Global position. I don't really want to... So we can take the global position. We can say path grid dot to local. So we'll take the event.global position, get it into local space. We can say variable local position, vector 2, and it's this. So we'll get it into local space, and then we'll say variable map position vector 2i, and that's path grid dot local to map local position, and then let's just print map position for now. Just make sure this is working all right. Okay, it's not doing anything. Something is consuming this input. Who's consuming this? Is this not the thing? All right, we're really losing light here. Yeah, there we go. Unhandled input event. What is this called? Oh, it's just called unhandled input, not on. So both of these will feed into a little input thing. Whoa, Diginanigans coming in. It's good. We're probably gonna end we're about 9 hours into the stream. It's pitch black in my room. We'll probably end the stream soon because I need to go get dinner. But let me show you what we got right now. We've got berry bushes spawning berries. We've got apples falling from the apple tree. We've got fish swimming down the proverbial fish river here. We're spawning stuff, everything. We're spawning pickables. We have like a cool little pickable thing. You see how to hide all this. So we've got like a little pickable network of like where pickable things are. So we can, the fish is moving, but we can, it's all tile based. Same with the apples, but the apples are like falling from the tree and they're growing on the berry bushes. So we have a nice visual for everything. But yeah, we're doing all right. I need to get Bernard's input mapper on. We're gonna make this a little cozy game where you actually can control Bernard. So he'll start with like a half full energy bar or something like that. And you can like each morning, or maybe not half full. He'll start with like a full energy bar and it takes him energy to do anything. So your task is to, not the task, but like the objective is to kind of see how much, see if you can keep on top of all the bounties of the forest here. If you can feed him enough to keep him going. When he runs out of energy, he'll just go back home and go back to sleep to regenerate that way. But just a little cozy game about gathering stuff in your yard. I need to redraw the cabin and I need to draw the big background environmental piece. And I need to sort out some audio. But yeah, that's just 3 big things, really. Cabin, background art, a song, and maybe some sound effects. And oh, the input stuff, so you can tell them to go around. But that part should be easy because we already have our path grid and we already have our pick grid. So yeah, I think we're doing okay. We have some Y sorting issues, but of course we do. I'm going to sort those out later. Get it? Yeah, looking good. Thank you. Yeah, we might actually look for someone to raid out at this point. Because I'm hungry and it's dark. And I'm not wearing sunglasses, but, you know, we do still need to hit it. Yeah, I think we're doing okay. I see some stuff that I would like to do maybe in a post-jam version. Like, I would love to add a little debris that shows up, like Stardew Valley style. I think that'd be really fun. Oh, that is not good. That is not... I feel like I'm being haunted by some kind of shadow being. Does this make it better? Here, I can no, whatever. It's like trying to like fix the green screen a little bit. This seems like the best I've got. Yeah, let's find someone to raid out to here. I don't know who else is online. Koslowski cannot possibly be still going. Is anyone still doing the jam? I think it's kind of late. There's no way Slosky's still going. Oh, they've been going about as long as me. They started like 20 minutes before me. I'm gonna message him and I'm gonna see what he says. All right, he's still going strong. All right, thank you all so much for watching. Yeah, hey Peak Orly, thank you all. I really appreciate it. This has been a slog, but it's been so much fun, and we're almost there. And if you're in the same position as me, gearing up for an all-nighter, or you're gonna go to sleep and you're just gonna see what you can do in the morning, whatever, you got this. Yeah, I appreciate everything y'all are doing. Appreciate you hanging in here with me. Appreciate all the raiders. Yeah, all night. Yeah, exactly, P. Gorley. Me too. I just need to get off the stream. I need to get some dinner and then buckle up. Buckle down, suit up, whatever. But yeah, I really appreciate it, everyone. Yeah, we'll be streaming a little tomorrow, playing some games. And yeah. My brain is turning to mush. Not bad for 48 hours or so. I know, we're still going. We still got another 12 Diginanigans, and we're going to use all of them. We got actually a little more than 12. We got about 14. We're going to use every last drop. Thanks, P. Gorley. Thank you all so much for watching. You have a great rest of your night. I'm going to see you next time. Bye.
Maximum warp.